Chapter 1604. Lost. Senior brother, you lost just like that. It didn't even take half an incense's time. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's ethereal true extreme sword sent Yu Jianfeng flying off the stage. The spectating disciples below the stage couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were disappointed by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying battle strength. 8. Chinese? 8. 1. Z. Come, senior brother Yu, senior sister Hua. Thank you for letting me win. Yi Qinfeng said apologetically as he leaped off the arena and helped Yu Jianfeng, who was covered in blood, up. There's no such thing as letting you win or not admitting it. You are stronger than me. I admit defeat. Although Yu Jianfeng was proud and arrogant, he was also a person who could accept defeat. He said in a carefree manner, Yi Qinfeng, can you tell me where your true limit is? Hua Shi, whose face was slightly pale, walked over and stared at Yi Qinfeng, who had easily defeated her, and asked, And if I use all my trump cards, I should have a chance to defeat a peak 6-star Dao Emperor. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and said, Sigh, with your battle strength, it's no wonder I lost to you. Hua, she sighed softly and said, Tell me the ancient item you need. We will help you find it. Thank you, senior sister Hua, senior brother Yu. Yi Qinfeng told Yu Jianfeng and Hua Shi in detail about the shape of the key to open the secret realm. Under the gazes of reverence, he left the stage and returned to the White Cliff courtyard to wait for news. Qingfeng, where have you been these few days? Xia Wendy, who was trying to break through to the 2-star Dao Emperor realm with all her strength, stopped cultivating when she sensed Yi Qinfeng's return. She came to the courtyard and asked softly, I found the ethereal heaven sect's secret realm, but because I don't have the key, I can't enter. Just now, I had a battle with Yu Jianfeng and Hua Shi. I am planning to borrow their strength to help me find the key to enter the secret realm from the ethereal heaven sect. Yi Qinfeng didn't hide anything from Xia Wendy. Great, this lady is looking forward to breaking through to the 2-star Dao Emperor realm. Xia Wendy's beautiful big eyes curved into a crescent shape as she said excitedly, Days passed. Because of Yu Jianfeng and Yu Jianfeng, Yi Qinfeng had been waiting in the White Cliff courtyard for news. But a month had passed in a row, and he still did not wait for Yu Jianfeng and Yu Yang. He could not help but feel somewhat anxious in his heart. If he couldn't find the key to the secret realm, it would be useless even if he found the secret realm. Unless he woke up Torch Dragon and tried to force open the door to the secret realm. While Yi Qinfeng was waiting for news, Shui Xuan and Yu Lanqin constantly came to visit him, sparring with him and exchanging cultivation experiences. Although Yi Qinfeng's strength was far superior to the two girls had extraordinary talents and vast knowledge. While interacting with them, Yi Qinfeng benefited a lot, allowing him to gradually grasp the concept of the Misty Sword Cannon's third move, Misty Grandao Sword. Just as Yi Qinfeng waited for over 3 months, Yu Jianfeng suddenly paid a visit. Senior brother Yu, have you found the antique I need? Looking at the imposing Yu Jianfeng, Yi Qinfeng went straight to the point and asked, Is this what you're looking for? As Yu Jianfeng spoke, he took out a palm-sized black stone plate from his universe ring. It didn't have the slightest trace of runes on its surface, seeming extremely ordinary. Yes, this is it. Receiving the black stone plate, Yi Qinfeng gently stroked it. He was completely sure that this stone plate was made of the same material as the Mystic Realm's entrance. He was basically sure that this stone plate was the secret realm key he was looking for. Junior apprentice brother Yi, after I obtained this stone plate from my father, I studied it for over a month, but I couldn't find anything special about it. I wonder if you could tell me what is so special about this stone plate? Although Yi Qinfeng tried his best to conceal his excitement, the sharp-eyed Yu Jianfeng was still able to detect a trace of suspicion. I saw this stone plate in an ancient text. It seems to be hiding some secret, but I need to study it for a while before I can find out what it is. Yi Chen-feng had already thought of an excuse. Yu Jianfeng meaningfully glanced at Yi Chen-feng. He didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. All right, you take your time studying it. If you need anything, come find me. Did you find it? Just as Yu Jianfeng left, Xia Wendy came to Yi Chen-feng's room and laid down a soundproofing spell. I found it. But in order to avoid alerting the enemy, we'll wait for a period of time before going to the mystic realm. Yi Chen-feng nodded and placed the black stone plate into the universe mirror. Soon a year passed. During this year, Yi Chen-feng was the same as always. When he had nothing to do, he would train with Shui Yishuan and Yu Lanxin, the two icy beauties. When he was free, he would wander around misty, immortal mountains. Finally, one day, he felt that the time was right. He transmitted Xia Wendy into the universe mirror and arrived outside the black hole of death. True Elder, I want to enter the black hole of death again. Is that possible? Yi Chen-feng softly asked. Of course. True Elder nodded and opened the spell, allowing Yi Chen-feng to enter the black hole of death that was filled with the power of death and undead spirits. After entering the black hole of death, Yi Chen-feng immediately increased his speed to the limit and rushed towards the end of the black hole of death. Soon, he arrived at the end of the black hole of death. Summoning the space-devouring bug, he broke through the layers of seals and entered a mysterious space that was as dark as ink. He arrived at two towering stone doors that were as tall as mountains. I hope this is the key to opening the mystic realm. Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath. He took out the black stone plate and placed it in the groove below the stone doors. Perfect! Seeing the black stone plate perfectly fit in the groove, Yi Chen-feng was secretly delighted. He erupted with a powerful physical strength and gently twisted the stone plate. Ka-ka-ka! As the stone plate twisted, the two towering stone doors that were submerged in the darkness began to shake. A terrifying strength fluctuated, causing the entire space to tremble. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Not good. Yi Chen-feng did not expect that the opening of the two stone doors would cause such a huge commotion. His expression changed slightly as several thoughts flashed through his mind. After thinking for a while, he did not leave. Instead, he waited for the stone doors to open and enter the mystic realm. What's going on? As the towering stone doors slowly opened, the entire misty immortal mountain began to tremble. The experts of the misty immortal sect were alerted. They followed the source of the tremors and arrived outside the black hole of death. True Elder, what's going on here? Feeling the strongest tremors coming from the black hole of death, Yu Xian's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice. I don't know. True Elder shook his head and said doubtfully. He had guarded the black hole of death for countless years and had never encountered such a strange thing. He did not know why the black hole of death would shake so violently. True Elder, do you know who is in the black hole of death? Xue Shujun, the patriarch of the Xue family, asked. It's Yi Chen-feng. He was the only one who entered the black hole of death. True Elder said truthfully, Yi Chen-feng? Why is it him? Could it be that the huge tremors coming from the black hole of death are related to him? Yu Xian and the others guessed. Father, do you still remember that black stone plate I asked you for? That stone plate was what Yi Chen-feng asked for. Perhaps the black hole of death's sudden tremors are related to it. Yu Jianfeng suddenly thought of something and said, Let's go in and see what Yi Chen-feng is up to. After saying that, Yu Xian and the others were about to charge into the black hole of death to investigate. Just as they entered the black hole of death, a terrifying restrictive force spread out from the black hole of death. This force was so strong that it instantly collapsed the entire black hole of death. In the next moment, two mysterious stone doors slowly opened in the misty immortal mountain. They pierced through the clouds and shattered the terrifying restrictive force that enveloped the misty immortal mountain, shocking the entire area. Chapter 1605. Yi Qinfeng, what are you doing? When Yu Xian and the others rushed through the stone door that pierced through the clouds, they found Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood, staring at a slowly rotating light wheel. Baba. Chinese. Equals is not equal to equals. Less than or equal to. I'm sorry, sect leader. I didn't tell you the reason. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and turned around slowly. Although the stone door was open, when he entered, he found an even more terrifying light will restriction spell. The strength of this restriction spell was beyond his imagination. When the space-swallowing insect tried to devour the light will restriction spell, it was severely injured. Helpless, he could only think of other ways. Yi Qinfeng, what is this place? How did you know about this place? Yu Xian said with an unfriendly face. Sect leader, do you know about the ancient secret of the Misty Heaven sect? Yi Qinfeng thought for a while and said, Ancient secret. You mean this is the ancient secret of the Misty Heaven sect that has been passed down for countless years. As the sect leader of the Misty Heaven sect, Yu Xian knew about the ancient secret of the Misty Heaven sect. However, there were too many legends about the ancient secret. The ancestors of the Misty Heaven sect had searched for it, but they couldn't find it. After a long time, the ancient secret was only recorded in ancient books and gradually faded from people's minds. Yes, this should be the most mysterious ancient secret of the Misty Heaven sect. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, I also learned about this place by chance from an ancient book. Then, with senior brother Yu's help, I found the key to open the ancient secret. Yi Qinfeng, you joined the Misty Heaven sect for the ancient secret, right? Yu Xian said with a frown. Who wouldn't be moved by such a rare opportunity? Yi Qinfeng said with a calm expression. Yi Qinfeng, this ancient secret is the inheritance of the Misty Heaven sect's ancestors. Now that it has been discovered, we won't let anyone else touch it. Yu Xian was also clear about the value of the ancient mystery. If the Misty Heaven sect could obtain the ancient mystery item, the overall strength of the Misty Heaven sect would definitely reach a terrifying level. They could even become one of the most powerful forces in the Void Zone. Yes, Yi Qinfeng nodded. He didn't stay for long and turned to leave. Father, this Yi Qinfeng is definitely not simple. How should we treat him? Yu Jianfeng looked at Yi Qinfeng's departing figure and transmitted his voice. Send someone to observe his whereabouts first. If he tries to force his way out, the Misty Heaven sect will eliminate him. If he doesn't want to leave, we'll keep him here for a while. Yu Xian revealed his ruthless nature and said, Also, seal off all information about the mystic realm. If I find out that someone leaked the information, don't blame me for killing them. Due to the appearance of the secret realm, the misty immortal mountain's defenses had been raised to the highest level. However, the appearance of the two majestic stone doors had caused a huge commotion, and it had alarmed many of the major powers of the misty immortal mountain. In addition, there was no such thing as an absolute secret. Soon, the news of the appearance of the Misty Heaven sect's mystic realm had spread throughout the entire Void Zone like the wind. Even many terrifying forces outside the Void Zone had received the news. For a moment, the entire Void Zone was bustling with noise and excitement. The Misty Heaven sect's mystic realm was even more exaggerated, making many forces and races drool, wanting to get a share of the pie. Qinfeng, are you really willing to give the ancient secret to someone else? Yi Qinfeng returned to the White Cliff courtyard and immediately activated the restrictions in the courtyard. He rejected everyone and waited patiently. No, I must get the sword principle. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, However, I can't open the light will restriction in the mystic realm. I can only open it with someone else's help. Aren't you afraid that the mystic realm will attract a large number of experts? Xia Wendy asked worriedly. Don't worry. Everything is going according to my plan. There won't be any mistakes. Yi Qinfeng gently scratched Xia Wendy's small nose and said, What we need to do now is wait. Yi Qinfeng waited calmly, But Yu Xian and the others could not hold it in any more. They had used all the power they could, but they were still unable to break the light will restriction. They fell into a state of anxiety. What should we do, sect leader? Now, many forces are loitering around the misty, immortal mountain. Obviously, we are here for the ancient secret. The second elder, Hua Xing, felt the severity of the situation and said with a frown, "Sai, I can't be sure whether the ancient secret is a blessing or a curse for the Misty Heaven sect." Yu Xian sighed softly. "Humph. All of this is caused by Yi Qinfeng. If the ancient secret is missed by the Misty Heaven sect, I will not forgive him." The great elder, Feng Mulan, snorted coldly. "We can't touch Yi Qinfeng." Yu Xian shook his head and said helplessly, he was able to find the ancient secret of the Misty Heaven sect that has been passed down for countless years. It proves that he is not simple. If we touch him, it is equivalent to touching the force behind him. It might bring disaster to the Misty Heaven sect. Sect leader, Palace Master Tsang of the Eternal Celestial Palace and Master Tianqing of the Nine Clarities Mountain are here. While Yu Xian and the others were discussing countermeasures, a disciple immediately ran in to report. "Sai, what will come will come. Let's go and welcome Palace Master Tsang and Master Tianqing." Yu Xian sighed softly. The Eternal Celestial Palace was the #1 force in the Nihility region. Palace Master Tsangmeng was known as the #1 expert in the Nihility region. He had cultivated to the peak of the 6-star Tao Lord level. He was not someone the Misty Heaven sect could offend. On the other hand, Nine Clarity Mountain's overall strength was only slightly weaker than Eternal Celestial Palace. Nine Clarity Mountain's sect master, Lord Tianqing, was a 5-star Tao Lord, so Yu Xian didn't dare delay their arrival. He quickly opened up the restrictions and welcomed them into the Misty Heaven sect. "Palace Master Tsang, Master Tianqing, please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." Yu Xian lowered his posture and said politely, "Sect leader Yu, I heard that the secret realm of your sect that has been passed down for countless years has opened. I wonder if sect leader Yu is willing to share this secret with us? If sect leader Yu is willing, our two forces are willing to share the same name as the Misty Heaven sect and advance and retreat together." Song Meng, who was known as the strongest person in the Nihility region, took a sip of his tea and went straight to the point. "This Palace Master Tsang, Master Tianqing, this matter is too important. Can you let us discuss it?" Yu Xian said hesitantly, "No problem. We will wait here for your good news." Song Meng said, as if he was certain that the Misty Heaven sect would be under his control, "I will give Palace Master Tsang and Master Tianqing an answer in 2 hours at most." After he finished speaking, Yu Xian left with the 3 patriarchs. "Sect leader, we can't afford to offend these 2 forces. It seems like they won't give up until they achieve their goal. What should we do?" Lord Xueshu's brows were tightly knit together as he spoke worriedly. Let's go. Let's go find Yi Qinfeng and ask for his opinion." Yu Xian sighed helplessly. "Sect leader, you want to borrow Yi Qinfeng's power from behind the scenes?" Hua Xing asked. "That's right." Yu Xian nodded and said, "Since Yi Qinfeng dares to open the secret realm, he should be prepared. Let's go find out what he has to say. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to get out of this predicament." After he finished speaking, Yu Xian and the others left the Misty Heaven Palace and went to the White Cliff courtyard where Yi Qinfeng cultivated. Chapter 1606. "Qinfeng, we have something to discuss. Please deactivate the restrictions in the courtyard." Yu Xian and the others didn't forcefully tear open the restrictions. Instead, they stood outside the courtyard and spoke in a low voice. 8th High School, Literature Net, is almost equal to, less than or equal to. Sect leader, 3 family heads, please come in. Hearing Yu Xian's voice, Yi Qinfeng deactivated the restrictions and welcomed the 4 into the courtyard. Sect leader, 3 family heads, may I know the reason for your visit today? Yi Qinfeng asked even though he already knew the answer. He had Xia, Wendy pour spiritual tea for the 4 of them. Qingfeng, I won't beat around the bush with you. Now that the secret realm has become a hot topic, all the major factions want a share of the pie. Do we need your help? Yu Xian sighed softly in his heart and said helplessly, Sect leader, do you trust me? Yi Qinfeng took a sip of tea and asked leisurely, Compared to those people, I'd rather trust you. Yu Xian said, All right, since you've chosen to work with me, I'll give you a promise first. Yi Qinfeng said, No matter what the outcome is, the Ethereal Heaven sect will obtain a great opportunity in the secret realm. Really? With the arrival of the patriarchs of the Eternal Heavenly Palace and 9 Clarity Mountain, Yu Xian no longer dared to dream of monopolizing the treasures in the secret realm. Based on Yu Xian's understanding of them, they wouldn't leave anything for the Ethereal Heavenly sect. Therefore, Yu Xian was overjoyed when he heard Yi Qinfeng's promise. Since I dared to say it, I'll definitely do it. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said resolutely, All right, then we'll trust you this time. Yu Xian gritted his teeth and made the choice helplessly. Sect leader, since you trust me, then do as I say. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. Speak. Open the gates and let all those who covet the mystery realm come and enter the mystery realm together. Yi Qinfeng said, Qingfeng, are you trying to mess up the situation and make it more complicated? Xue Shujun frowned slightly. This is only one aspect. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, The most important thing is that the restrictions in the mystic realm are not simple. We need to borrow the help of others to break the restrictions. The more people we have, the less danger we will face in the mystic realm. More importantly, this mystery realm was left behind by the ancestors of the Misty Heaven sect. The restrictive spells in this mystery realm can't affect us much, but they can do a lot of damage to the invaders. Maybe we can use this opportunity to weaken the other forces and lay the foundation for the rise of the Misty Heaven sect. All right, then we'll do as you say. Yue Xian pondered over Yi Qinfeng's words. Although this decision was a little risky, they had already been forced into a dead end. They could only seek survival in the midst of danger. Xian Yu and the other 3 stayed in the White Cliff courtyard for a while to discuss the details with Yi Qinfeng. Then they returned to the Misty Hall and informed Vast Expanse and Guru Heavenclear of their decision to share the secret realm with the Eternal Celestial Palace and 9 Clarities Mountain. Then Yu Xian closed the restrictive spells that enveloped the Misty Immortal Mountain, allowing the other forces to enter the Misty Heaven sect. In an instant, the Misty Heaven sect became the most lively sect in the zone of nihility. Many forces rushed over after hearing the news, making the situation more and more complicated. Sect leader Yu, can you take us to the mystery realm now? Vast Expanse was angry at Yu Xian's decision to share the treasures in the mystery realm with all the other forces, but he believed in his own strength and the power of the Eternal Celestial Palace. All right, let's go. Yu Xian nodded and led the group to a huge stone gate that was as big as a mountain. Holding the key in his hand, he opened the gate and entered. Together, they broke the restrictive spells of the light wheel. Qingfeng, the other forces have entered the stone gate. Sect leader asked me to ask you if you want to go. While the other forces were breaking the restrictive spells of the light wheel, Shui Piaomiao, who was wearing a long white dress, found Yi Qinfeng and asked in a soft voice, No hurry. Now is not the time. Yi Qinfeng knew how powerful the restrictive spells of the light wheel were. If they tried to break it by force, it could cause casualties. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to enter the mystery realm. The restrictive spells of the light wheel were beyond imagination. Vast Expanse, Master Tianqing, and the other top forces of the Zone of Nihility worked together for 3 days and 3 nights, but they still failed to break the restrictive spells. However, the more powerful the restrictive spells of the light wheel were, the more it proved that the treasures in the mystery realm of the Misty Heaven sect were extraordinary. It strengthened vast expanse and the others' patience. On the 5th day, many invincible war chariots appeared in the sky above the Misty Heaven sect. Their terrifying aura spread out, making many disciples of the Misty Heaven sect tremble in fear. Azure Sky war chariots. They are from the Azure Sky clan. Looking at the war chariots drawn with ancient patterns in the sky, Shui Piao Miao recognized them immediately. They were the war chariots of the Azure Sky clan, one of the overlords of the zone of nihility. Azure Sky clan. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. He immediately remembered that Star Emperor's enemy was the Azure Sky clan. Shui Piao Miao sensed the evil aura emitted from Xia, Wendy's body. What? Do you have a grudge against the Azure Sky clan? Shui Piao Miao looked at Xia Wendy and asked in a low voice. Kind of. Yi Qinfeng said vaguely, not telling the truth. Qingfeng, I don't know what your background is, but I advise you not to provoke the Azure Sky clan. Shui Piao Miao reminded him seriously. You can't imagine how terrifying the Azure Sky clan is. They are backed by the Imperial Sky clan, the overlord of the nihility world. There are 2 divine realm experts in the Azure Sky clan. Even the Eternal Heaven Palace, the top force of the zone of nihility, can't compete with them. Don't worry, Palace Master. We will be careful. Yi Qinfeng held Xia Wendy's soft hand and said, Sai, I hope you will listen to me. Shui Piao Miao sighed. Azure Sky Clan leader, I didn't expect you to come. Song Mang immediately recognized the tall figure who was wearing a dark blue robe. He was the clan leader of the Green Sky clan. He was Tianji Dao, who had just broken through to the 1-star Dao God realm. It's so lively here. How can we miss out on the Azure Sky clan? Tianji Dao, who was more than 10 times stronger than Song Mang, showed a proud smile and said, Sect Master you, we came without warning. You won't mind, right? Why would I? If I knew you were coming, I would have welcomed you personally. Although Tianji Dao had brought more than 20 experts of the Azure Sky clan to fight for the treasure, Yu Xian didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he kept a low profile. This was the difference in strength. In the heaven region, where the strong preyed on the weak could only be bullied. Tianji Dao's arrival made the situation more complicated. When Yi Qinfeng found out that Tianji Dao was a 1-star divine realm expert, he felt a little troubled. Although the divine demon Torch Dragon was more powerful than Tianji Dao, Torch Dragon's injuries were too serious. He didn't know how much strength Torch Dragon could use now. However, he couldn't back down now. He could only continue to wait. The power of the light will restriction was beyond imagination. Tianji Dao couldn't break it in a short time. This made everyone look forward to the treasure in the Misty Heaven sect's secret territory even more. They tried their best to break it at all costs. Finally, after nearly a month's time, the light wheel's restriction formation finally cracked open. A terrifying restriction power seeped out from the cracks. It's cracked. It's finally cracked. Looking at the cracks in the barrier, the experts of the major forces who had worked so hard were overjoyed. They increased the intensity of their attacks, wanting to break through the barrier in one go and enter the secret realm. P.S. Don't miss the photo of Yi Qinfeng tonight. Add him on WeChat and you will see it. Chapter 1607. Break it. Tianji Dao roared. The light wheel that was suspended above his head seemed to contain the endless power of the heavenly way. It shone with a dazzling light, like a sun that had fallen into the mortal world, and crashed into the light wheel restriction that was full of cracks. 8th High School, Wenwang, 1, 8, 1, Z. Com, low-grade Transcendent Saint weapon, the blue sky wheel. I didn't expect Tianji Dao to bring it here. Vast Expanse and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they looked at the wheel of light that gave birth to the blue sky. They were not as strong as Tianji Dao, Now that Tianjidao had brought a transcendent saint weapon, he could easily crush them and reduce their chances of getting the precious treasures in the mystery land. Retreat! When the blue sky will crashed into the light wheel, Yu Xian and the other experts of the ethereal heaven sect retreated as far as possible from the light wheel. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions sounded. The terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble. Under the attack of the blue sky wheel, more cracks appeared on the light wheel. Through the cracks, people could vaguely see a gate in the light wheel. Break! After the attack, Tianjidao pushed his dowel to the extreme. He controlled the blue sky wheel and continued to crash into the light wheel, breaking the impregnable light wheel. In the next moment, an unimaginable power burst out from the light wheel. The terrifying destructive power swept through the world like a hurricane. It swept toward the experts of the major forces and swallowed them in an instant. As expected, this light wheel restriction is just as Yi Qinfeng guessed. It contains a frightening destructive power. Who knows how many people will lose their lives after suffering such a destructive attack? Sensing the danger, Yu Xian and the others, who had hidden outside the stone gate, escaped. However, the Azure Sky Clan, Eternal Heaven Palace, 9 Clearances Mountain, and Heavenly Path Holy Land suffered heavy losses. Among them, the Eternal Heaven Palace, which was closest to the light wheel, lost 6 Tao Emperors. The Azure Sky Clan, 9 Clearances Mountain, and Heavenly Path Holy Land also suffered casualties. A small force that coveted the ethereal heaven sect's mystery land was completely annihilated. The experts who came were all crushed by the light wheel. What's going on? What kind of power exploded? Shui Piaomiao's expression changed slightly when she felt the entire misty mountain suddenly tremble violently. Many of the mountains cracked. If I'm not wrong, the light wheel restriction has been broken. Yi Qinfeng slowly stood up and looked into the distance. Palatial Lord Snow, Matzi, Senior Sister Snow, Third Senior Sister, let's go to the mystic realm. With that, Yi Qinfeng led the 4 women out of the white cliff courtyard, heading towards the black hole of death. Yuexian, let me ask you, did you already know that this light wheel restriction was dangerous? Vast Expanse, whose robes were severely damaged by the explosion of the light wheel, was furious. He glared angrily at Yu Xian and the others. Palace Master Tsang, you've wronged us. This mystic realm has existed for countless years, and our Misty Heaven sect has very little information about this place. We don't know how dangerous it is inside. Yu Xian's forehead was covered with sweat when he met Vast Expanse's angry eyes. He could only keep defending himself. That's enough, Palace Master Tsang. I don't think they dare to trick us. This is just an accident. Tianjidao, who was covered in the light of Taoism, glanced coldly at Yu Xian and the others and said indifferently. After saying that, Tianjidao summoned an abode of immortals and put the severely injured warriors of the Green Sky clan into the abode to heal their wounds. Then he took the others through the pitch-black space entrance and flew into the ethereal secret territory. Humph! Vast Expanse glanced coldly at Yu Xian and the others. He also summoned a cave residence and put away the injured experts of the Heavenly Palace. Then he followed Tianjidao and the others into the misty secret realm. Ancestors, bless us. I hope this trip to the misty secret realm will open the opportunity for the rise of our Misty Heaven sect. Yu Xian concealed the anger in his eyes well and prayed in his heart. Whether they could gain anything in the mystic realm all depended on Yi Qinfeng. Qinfeng, you are here. Yu Xian and the others didn't follow closely after seeing all the major forces swarming into the misty secret realm. They waited until Yi Qinfeng and the other 4 arrived. Let's go, Sect Master. Let's enter the mystic realm. Yi Qinfeng smiled confidently at Yu Xian and the others and led them into the misty secret realm. What a rich heavenly aura! After flying into the mystic realm, Yi Qinfeng found that the heavenly aura floating in the air was extremely rich. In many places, the heavenly aura had turned into liquid. Just a light breath could make people feel refreshed and comfortable. Yes, the teleportation array. After flying for a short while, Yi Qinfeng and the others found a huge teleportation array in front of them. Tianji Dao, vast expanse, and the others had already entered the deepest part of the mystic realm through the teleportation array. Matzi, hold on to me tightly. Yi Qinfeng held Xia Wendy's soft hand tightly and reminded her through voice transmission. Walking into the teleportation array, large amounts of teleportation light spilled out from the teleportation array, instantly enveloping Yi Qinfeng and the others. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng felt his hand being tightly gripped by another cold hand as they disappeared into the teleportation array. After an unknown period of time, the white light in front of Yi Qinfeng disappeared. Yi Qinfeng found himself in a lush forest. Aside from him, there was only Xia Wendy, who was tightly gripping his hand, and the cold and beautiful Shui Yishuan. Everyone else had disappeared. It's just as I guessed. That teleportation array is a random teleportation array. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. He looked at Shui Yishuan and said, Senior Sister Shui, it seems you trust me a lot. Yes, I think you are trustworthy. Following you will bring me greater opportunities. Shui Yishuan gently released Yi Qinfeng's hand and used her fingers to gently stroke her long hair as she spoke in a beautiful voice. Since that's the case, let's go and see what opportunities there are in this mystic realm. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to scan the surroundings and sensed for a while. He brought Xia Wendy and Shui Yishuan and flew towards the forest in the distance. After flying for a while, a refreshing aroma entered their nostrils. Following the aroma, the three of them found a strange tree that was over 3 meters tall. It was completely red and covered in sharp thorns. And on this strange tree, there were more than 10 fiery red fruits the size of longans. Fire spirits, sacred fruit. Looking at the fiery red fruits, Shui Yishuan immediately recognized them. They were the legendary fire dragon, sacred fruit. Every fruit was worth as much as a mid-grade true spirit pill and could increase one's comprehension of the Tao of fire. The fire dragon, sacred fruit tree grew extremely slowly. In order to grow to 3 meters tall, it would take tens of millions of years to form a fire dragon sacred fruit. Looking at the fire dragon's sacred fruit tree in front of them, Yi Qinfeng and the others did not act rashly. They knew that the more precious a spiritual object was, the more terrifying its guardian would be. Over there, with the help of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng's gaze locked onto a thick pile of leaves under the fire dragon sacred fruit tree. He sensed danger under the leaves. A saint-level beast. This mystic realm is indeed dangerous. It's hard to find a saint-level beast in the outside world. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the golden sword soul. Under the control of his mind, it suddenly attacked the thick leaves. Roar! Suddenly attacked by the golden sword soul, a furious roar sounded. A demonic snake, whose body was covered in fiery red scales and had a huge sarcoma on its forehead, crawled out and hissed loudly at Yi Qinfeng. This demonic snake's strength was terrifying, but after being attacked by the golden sword soul, its tough scales were severely damaged and a large amount of blood flowed out. Don't attack, leave it to me. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng ignited his grand mist blood and raised his physical body's strength to 5 billion jin. He charged at the angry red demonic snake and engaged it in a fierce battle. Although the red demonic snake was terrifying, Yi Qinfeng's physical body was even stronger. One man and one snake fought fiercely, destroying everything around them. In about half an incense stick's time, Yi Qinfeng continuously used the true spirit dragon wrestling fist to attack the red demonic snake's weak point. The terrifying strength forcefully broke its neck. In the next moment, the golden sword soul pierced through the demonic snake's head. The sharp attack directly pierced through its huge body and killed it. Chaos Divine would devour. After killing the saint-level beast, Yi Chen Feng kept its huge body into the Qingquan realm and summoned the Chaos Divine would to devour the fire spirit sacred fruit tree. He then plucked 12 fire spirit sacred fruits and shared them with Xia Wendy and Shui Xuan. Chapter 1608. Cheng Feng, how did you cultivate your body? Why is it so terrifying? You can actually kill a sacred beast with your bare hands. Shui Xian was well aware of how terrifying a sacred beast's body was. It could completely crush a top-grade sacred tool. But Yi Chen Feng was able to kill it so easily. This made Shui Xian very surprised. 8th high school? When first high school? Because I've cultivated a body refining sacred art. Yi Chen Feng vaguely explained, let's go. We can't let other forces take away the peerless opportunity here. As he spoke, Yi Chen Feng summoned his sword wings and flew with the 2 girls into the depths of the vast forest at an extremely fast speed. And what's ahead? Yi Chen Feng and the other 2 flew in this vast forest for about 2 days. They killed 2 king-level saint beasts and plucked several saint herbs of heaven and earth that were over 1 million years old. Suddenly, they were attracted by an angry roar in front of them. They sped up and flew over. Sacred beast, violent earth bear. When Yi Chen Feng and the 2 girls flew to a steep mountain peak, below the mountain peak there was a 6-star celestial emperor wearing a dark blue robe. His whole body was filled with the power of heaven. He was holding a long spear and had reached the level of a 6-star celestial emperor. He was fighting with a black bear that was more than 10 feet tall. Its fur stood upright and its eyes were blood red. Judging from the violent aura of this black bear was the king of the bear clan, the violent earth bear. Its strength had reached the level of a sacred beast. Roar! The violent earth bear roared and stretched out its unimaginably huge paw. It carried the power of billions of pounds and slapped at the blue-robed man. The terrifying power forcibly bent the blue-robed man's long spear and forced him back. Star Moon Pearl. The blue-robed man's strength was not a match for the violent earth bear. He immediately spat out a pearl that was like a star. It emitted a bright moonlight and flew towards the violent earth bear. Boom, boom, boom. Under the incomparably heavy attack of the Star Moon Pearl, the violent earth bear's huge body was constantly pushed back. Its huge body crashed into the towering mountain behind it, shaking the entire mountain. Star Moon Pearl, this seems to be the ancestors' Star Moon Pearl. Looking at the pearl that the blue-robed man had summoned, Xia Wendy immediately recognized that it seemed to be the Star Moon Pearl, Monarch Star's #1 precious treasure. That's right, that's the Star and Moon Pearl. This person should be the almighty of the Green Sky Clan who killed Senior Star Emperor. Yi Chen Feng nodded. Cheng Feng, help me kill him and avenge my ancestors. Xia Wendy glared hatefully at the blue-robed man, gnashing her teeth as she spoke. All right, you guys wait for me here. I'll go kill this person and take revenge for Senior Star Emperor. Yi Chen Feng nodded. He flew down from the steep mountain peak while interweaving sword shadows that were tens of thousands of zhonglong. Sensing that someone was flying over, the blue-robed man was overjoyed. He shouted at Yi Chen Feng, Sir, I am Tian Chongshu, the guardian of the Green Sky Clan. Please join hands with me to kill this violent earth bear. At that time, we will definitely share the opportunity it is guarding. No problem. Yi Chen Feng burned his primordial blood and summoned his mid-grade, true spirit saint artifact, the heavenly sacred sword. He weaved out streaks of sword shadows, blocking the violent earth bear's descending paw. Good strength. Tian Chongshu was overjoyed when he saw Yi Chen Feng neutralize the violent earth bear's attack. He controlled the Star and Moon Pearl to attack the violent earth bear. The moment Tian Chongshu attacked with all his strength, He suddenly felt a sense of danger from the depths of his heart. His expression changed slightly. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng's entire body merged with the heavenly sacred sword. He performed the 1-meter boundless sword at close range and slashed at him. With a slash, the 1-meter boundless sword slashed down from the sky. The terrifying sword aura evolved the Tao of heaven and earth, carrying an unstoppable force. It ruthlessly slashed at Tian Chongshu's body, breaking through his body's defenses and slamming him down to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out from his body. Green Wand Sacred Bow. After succeeding in his sneak attack, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Blue Wand Sacred Bow. He deduced his Tao intent to the extreme and pulled the Blue Wand Sacred Bow into the shape of a full moon. Then, he shot out 3 arrows consecutively towards the heavily injured Tian Chongshu. Roar! 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 When Yi Qinfeng attacked Tian Chongshu with all his strength, the berserk, violent earth bear let out a roar. Like a towering mountain, it suddenly slammed at Yi Qinfeng and collided with Yi Qinfeng's body. The violent earth bear was known for its strength. Its physical body was even more terrifying. However, when its mountain-like body collided with Yi Qinfeng, it lost control for a moment and was pushed back by Yi Qinfeng's explosive force of 5 billion pounds. Relying on his powerful Xian body to take on the violent earth bear, Yi Qinfeng turned into a streak of sword shadow and landed at the bottom of the valley. He continued to attack the severely injured Tian Chongshu. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Green Sky Tribe? Tian Chongshu, who was covered in blood, roared at Yi Qinfeng furiously. He used the name of the Green Sky Tribe to pressure Yi Qinfeng. The people I am killing are from the Green Sky Tribe. Yi Qinfeng ignored him. He raised his Tao intent to the extreme and continued to attack Tian Chongshu with terrifying killer moves. He was suppressing Tian Chongshu in all aspects. Brat, just wait for the revenge of the Green Sky Tribe. Tian Chongshu, who was severely injured, wanted to use his trump card to escape. There won't be such a day. With that, Yi Qinfeng suddenly sped up the flow of time by 4 times and blocked in front of Tian Chongshu. Then, Yi Qinfeng waved his arm gently and isolated the space, greatly limiting Tian Chongshu's escape route. Misty Ancient Extreme Sword. When Tian Chongshu burned his qi and blood to forcefully pass through the isolated space, Yi Qinfeng executed his strongest move. He slashed out an ancient extreme sword that seemed to have come from the ancient times. It slashed towards Tian Chongshu. As the sword slashed out, the heaven and earth shook violently. A shallow crack appeared in the chaotic space, leaking out boundless Tao intent as it ruthlessly slashed at Tian Chongshu's body. Qi. Although Tian Chongshu tried his best to dodge, his left shoulder was still struck by the sword. It was chopped off, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Giant Spirit. After severely injuring Tian Chongshu with a single slash, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Giant Spirit Sword, which was a supreme-grade, true Spirit Saint artifact and weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. He waved this huge, true Spirit Saint sword and slashed at Tian Chongshu, whose expression changed drastically. Star Moon Pearl, defend! Facing the attack of the Giant Spirit Sword, Tian Chongshu, who had lost his left arm, could only summon the Star Moon Pearl to defend. However, under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's 5 billion pounds of strength and the dancing Giant Spirit Sword, the star-like Star Moon Pearl couldn't withstand at all. It was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's slash and smashed into Tian Chongshu's body. He was smashed into the valley, creating a huge pit and causing the surrounding few miles to tremble violently. Roar! 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 When Yi Qinfeng was attacking Tian Chongshu with all his strength, the violent earth bear rushed over again. It let out an earth-shattering roar and launched a ferocious attack at Yi Qinfeng, who was the biggest threat to it. At this moment, a graceful figure blocked in front of the violent earth bear. Streaks of sharp sword images interweaved and attacked the violent earth bear's eyes, distracting it so that it could not attack Yi Qinfeng with its full strength. Go to hell! Taking advantage of the time when Shui Xuan was defending against the violent earth bear, Yi Qinfeng threw out the 10-feet-long giant spirit sword with all his strength. With an unstoppable attack power, the sword landed on the heavily injured and powerless Tian Chongshu, directly turning him into minced meat. He died on the spot, and a bottomless chasm was left in the trembling valley. Chapter 1609. Ancestor, we have taken revenge for you. The moment she witnessed Tian Chongshu's death, Xia Wendy felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The hatred hidden in the depths of her heart also vanished at this moment. 8-1 High School 1 X8X1 ZX1 XC OM. At this moment, she looked at Yi Qinfeng with eyes filled with gratitude. She was grateful to Yi Qinfeng for everything he had done for her. Retrieve. After killing Tian Chongshu in a domineering manner, Yi Qinfeng immediately collected his belongings. Ayo! At this moment, the violent earth bear roared furiously. It slapped its terrifying bare paws, bringing along a terrifying force of heaven and earth. It shattered Shui Xuan's continuous attacks and ruthlessly smashed towards her. Pooh! Although Shui Xuan used a mysterious movement technique to dodge the violent earth bear's furious attack, she was still struck by the terrifying force of heaven and earth. She fell from the sky. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng flew out from the deep valley that was filled with cracks. He hugged Shui Xuan's soft body tightly and hugged her tightly in his arms. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng exploded with a shocking force. Like a meteor, he ruthlessly slammed into the violent earth bear's body. More than 5 billion gene of power instantly exploded into the body of the violent earth bear, breaking several of its sternum and forcing its huge body to retreat step by step. Matzi, take good care of senior sister Shui. After forcefully pushing back the violent earth bear, Yi Qinfeng immediately threw Shui Xuan to Xia Wendy. He slashed at the violent earth bear with his 3-feet-long giant spiritual sword. Boom, boom, boom. Under the strongest attack of Yi Chen's wind burst, the violent earth bear was forced to retreat little by little. Its mountain-like body was continuously split open by the giant spiritual sword. A large amount of blood spurted out and gathered into a stream of blood in the valley that was filled with cracks. The violent earth bear was infuriated by the continuous injuries it suffered. It roared furiously and attacked Yi Qinfeng like a madman, wanting to tear him apart. However, Yi Qinfeng's strength was simply too shocking. Coupled with the fact that the giant spiritual sword had reached the level of a top-grade true spirit artifact, its terrifying attack power was constantly tearing apart the violent earth bear's attacks. Roar! As the violent earth bear howled in pain, Yi Qinfeng slashed off one of the violent earth bear's arms with the giant spirit sword, severely injuring its body. After its arm was cut off by Yi Qinfeng, the violent earth bear was terrified. It decisively gave up on killing Yi Qinfeng and shrunk its body in an attempt to escape. But the moment it tried to escape, Yi Qinfeng seized the opportunity to attack. His entire body fused together with the giant spirit sword, fusing with the golden sword soul, raising his attack power to the limit. His sword slashed at the violent earth bear's neck, piercing through it. Die! Yi Qinfeng suddenly threw out a punch. He gathered 5 billion gene of strength in his right fist and punched the violent earth bear's head that was dyed red with blood. He forcefully smashed the violent earth bear's head off, killing it on the spot. Return! After killing the violent earth bear, Yi Qinfeng immediately put its body into the universe mirror and gave it to the chaos divine beast and golden clear dragon bloodlion so that they could devour the violent earth bear's flesh and monster core to further increase their strength. Senior sister Shui, are you all right? Yi Qinfeng came to Xue Yishuan, who was covered in blood and trying her best to heal herself, and asked with concern, "I'm fine." Xue Yishuan spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. "Senior sister Xue, give me your hand," Yi Qinfeng said in a low voice. Xue Yishuan was stunned. She looked at Yi Qinfeng and saw that his eyes were clear. She handed her right hand over to him, gently holding Xue Yishuan's soft hand. Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the spiritual pearl of life to release a powerful life force. It went through her palm and into her body, healing her injuries. What a powerful life force! Xue Yishuan was shocked. She could not help but look at Yi Qinfeng. She felt that he was like a cloud of mist that attracted her. However, when she saw Xiaowen die from the corner of her eyes, she sighed inwardly and sealed her heart. Under the nourishment of the spiritual pearl of life, Xue Yishuan's injuries were quickly healed. In less than 4 hours, she was as good as new. "Matzi, this star moon pearl belongs to your ancestor. I'll give it to you." Although Yi Qinfeng knew that the Star Moon Pearl was a middle-grade, true spirit sacred artifact that could increase one's physical body and strength, he did not keep it for himself and gave it to Xia Wendy. "Thank you." Xia Wendy looked at Yi Qinfeng affectionately and accepted the Star Moon Pearl. After dripping her blood on it, she refined it into her body. "Break." Yi Qinfeng took out Tian Chongshu's 2 precious yin and yang rings. He broke the seals on the rings one by one and divided Tian Chongshu's belongings with Xue Yishuan and Xia Wendy. Tian Chongshu was a guardian of the blue sky race, and he had a lot of wealth on him. When they were dividing up his belongings, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 each got a precious upper-grade true spirit St. Pellet, a couple of middle-grade true spirit St. Pellets, a couple of St. Treasures, and a lot of middle-grade and upper-grade heaven crystals. Let's go down and see what kind of sacred artifact this violent earth bear is guarding. After dividing up the items left behind by Tian Chongshu, Yi Qinfeng and the others immediately flew to the heavily damaged valley. At the end of the valley, they saw a strange flower that was more than half a meter tall. It was emitting a cold air like a flying ice luan. Ice luan sacred flower. It's actually the Ice Luan sacred flower. Looking at this strange flower, Xue Yishuan immediately recognized it. It was a strange flower that could only be seen in ancient books, the holy ice phoenix flower. Xue Yishuan's body was cold, and the Ice Luan sacred flower was extremely useful to her. With this Ice Luan sacred flower, she could easily break through to the 5-star Tao Emperor realm. "Qinfeng, Wendy, can you give this Ice Luan sacred flower to me?" Xue Yishuan bit her lips and said, "With this Ice Luan sacred flower, I can give up the other opportunities inside." "Senior sister, you are too polite. This Ice Luan sacred flower is useless to us. Senior sister, please take it." Yi Qinfeng smiled and said generously, "Thank you." Xue Yishuan said gratefully and flew to the side of the Ice Luan sacred flower. She deduced her Tao intent to the extreme and forcefully suppressed the Ice Luan sacred flower. Screech, screech, screech. When the Ice Luan sacred flower was suppressed by Xue Yishuan, a deafening bird cry immediately sounded from the flower. A lifelike Ice Luan phantom emerged and tried to tear apart Xue Yishuan's suppression. 5 elements, heaven grade, Tao diagram, heavenly Tao diagram, suppress. Seeing that Xue Yishuan's Tao intent was being torn apart by the Ice Luan phantom, Yi Qinfeng immediately condensed 2 Tao diagrams and suppressed the Ice Luan sacred flower. Collect. Xue Yishuan summoned several sharp extreme, grade holy swords and cut open the fertile soil around the Ice Luan sacred flower. Then, she collected it into her yin-yang ring. Let's go and continue to look for other opportunities. Although Yi Qinfeng had continuously plucked sacred items that were over 1 million or even 10 million years old, he knew that these were just the most ordinary opportunities in the mystic realm. What he wanted was an unprecedented opportunity, including the general outline of the Sword Dao. Chapter 1610. Time flew by. 8th Chinese Network. Fierce battles were taking place in every corner of the ethereal secret realm. One after another, the rare heaven and earth spirit treasures that were millions or even tens of millions of years old in the heaven realm were taken away by the experts of the major forces. After 10 days, they were getting closer to the center of the ethereal secret realm. The dangers they encountered were getting greater. Among them, many forces had accidentally triggered the terrifying restrictions in the secret realm and were attacked by the terrifying restriction power, dying tragically in the silent forest. There are sounds of fighting ahead. Let's go and take a look. Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul power sensed the fierce fighting ahead. He immediately concealed his aura and slowly approached with Xia Wendi and Shui Xuan. He saw 4 powerful beings with extraordinary strength controlling their respective treasures and fighting fiercely with a demonic leopard with 3 leopard heads and a pair of black wings. It was a rank one holy beast. They seemed to be from the Eternal Heaven Palace and the Green Sky Clan. Shui Xian, who was hiding in the crown of an ancient tree in the distance, recognized the 4 people's identities when she saw their clothes. Eternal Heaven Palace and the Green Sky Clan. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up slightly as he thought of a plan to mess up the situation. Wait for me here. Don't move and don't let them find you, Yi Qinfeng instructed. He concealed his aura completely with the help of the E-blood and quietly approached the valley where the fierce fighting was taking place. As he approached the valley, he took out the heavenly ruler projection that he had obtained from Heavenly Lord Emperor Destroyer and crushed it. In the next moment, a man in a dark golden robe appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. He was emitting dense, heavenly power. Use this exploding stone to attack the 2 experts from the Eternal Heaven Palace. Yi Qinfeng gave the powerful exploding stone that he had obtained from killing Tian Chongshu to the heavenly ruler projection and ordered him to attack the 2 experts from the Eternal Heaven Palace and frame the Green Sky Clan. The heavenly ruler projection. Who summoned such a low-level projection? The Sky Emperor projection was definitely an invincible weapon in the soul-fighting continent, but it was very ordinary in the heaven domain. Seeing the 1-star Sky Emperor projection approaching, the 2 6-star Sky Emperors of the Green Sky Clan were puzzled. Die, you bastard from the Eternal Celestial Palace. The Heaven Emperor's projection approached the 2 mighty figures of the Eternal Celestial Palace. Suddenly, he let out a roar and crushed the explosive stone in his hand. A powerful explosive force instantly spread out and bombarded the 2 mighty figures of the Eternal Celestial Palace. At the critical moment, the 2 mighty figures of the Eternal Celestial Palace summoned their powerful defensive trump cards to defend against the explosion of the exploding stones. However, the moment they tried to defend themselves, 3 demon leopards suddenly closed in on them. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down on one of the Eternal Celestial Palace's experts who had lost control of his body. The demon leopards bit down on his head and shoulders, killing him on the spot. Green Sky Clan, you are so despicable. Eternal Heaven Palace will remember this. The remaining expert from the Eternal Celestial Palace glanced at his dead comrade and used blood escape to escape from the valley without hesitation. Damn it! Which bastard summoned the Heaven Emperor's projection just now? The ethereal secret land was too dangerous. In order to get the rare opportunities in the secret land, the Green Sky Clan and the Eternal Celestial Palace had secretly formed an alliance and were ready to devour the opportunities in the secret land. However, the scene that had just happened had caused a crack in the alliance between the 2 forces. Thinking of the consequences of the alliance's failure, the 2 mighty figures of the Green Sky Clan flew into a rage and roared loudly. It's me! Yi Qinfeng controlled the illusory Xian-level Dao diagram and transformed into the appearance of Tian Chongshu. Then he walked over slowly. Tian Chongshu, didn't you receive the secret message from the Palace Master? Do you know the consequences of ruining the Palace Master's plan? The 2 mighty figures of the Green Sky clan roared angrily. What secret message? I didn't receive it. Yi Qinfeng pretended to be puzzled and said, You. One of the mighty figures of the Green Sky clan said angrily, Forget it. Let's kill the three-headed demonic leopard first and dig out the golden blood ancient wood inside. Then you can explain to the palace master. Then the two mighty figures of the Green Sky clan controlled their treasures and attacked the three-headed demonic leopard. They fought fiercely with it in the valley. Tian Chengxiu, what are you waiting for? Come and help us. The strength of the three-headed demonic leopard was horrible. In addition, the demonic leopard was known for its speed. Under its unpredictable attacks, the two mighty figures of the Green Sky clan were seriously injured. In desperation, they could only ask Yi Qinfeng for help. Okay, I'll help you. Then Yi Qinfeng attacked the three-headed demonic leopard fiercely. How? Yi Qinfeng attacked. The three-headed demonic leopard roared angrily. A ferocious leopard head spurted out, billowing demonic strength, and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Boom! Being attacked by the demonic strength, Yi Qinfeng suddenly lost control of his body and smashed into a mighty figure of the Green Sky clan behind him. What a loser! Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was injured by the three-headed demonic leopard in an instant, the two mighty figures of the Green Sky clan cursed in their hearts. When the mighty figure of the Green Sky clan moved to avoid Yi Qinfeng, a strong killing intent suddenly appeared in Yi Qinfeng's eyes. Under the control of his mind, the golden sword's soul pierced the back of the mighty figure of the Green Sky clan, who was completely focused on the three-headed demonic leopard. Puff! The body of the mighty figure of the Green Sky clan was easily pierced through by the golden sword soul. A large amount of blood flowed out of the bloody hole. Tian Chengxiu, how dare you betray the Green Sky clan? The mighty figure of the Green Sky clan opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng would sneak attack him. Just as his body was heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced, the ferocious three-headed Black Panther opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his body. With a sudden burst of strength, it directly tore his body that was spurting blood into pieces. Tian Chengxiu, wait and see. The palace master will never let you go. Although the remaining mighty figure of the Green Sky clan couldn't figure out why Tian Chengxiu betrayed the Green Sky clan, the current situation was unfavorable to him. He had to give up the golden blood ancient wood and run out of the valley. Do you think you can escape? Yi Qinfeng summoned the sword wings. With a violent flash, the sword wings rolled up a hurricane and stopped the mighty figure of the Green Sky clan. You are not Tian Chengxiu. Seeing the sword wings summoned by Yi Qinfeng and sensing that the aura of Yi Qinfeng was different from that of Tian Chengxiu, the mighty figure of the Green Sky clan guessed the truth. It's too late for you to know. With that, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial bloodline and raised his strength to the limit. Then he attacked the mighty figure of the Green Sky clan fiercely. He was already seriously injured in the fierce battle with the three-headed demonic leopard. Now he was attacked by Yi Qinfeng like a tidal wave. His attack was instantly suppressed, and his injuries kept worsening. Boundless Great Way. At the critical moment, the mighty figure of the Green Sky clan operated the firmament's secret art to the limit and performed his strongest move. He transformed into the Boundless Great Way and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Spiritual Dragon Fighting Fist. Yi Qinfeng roared. Like an invincible god of war, he stood in the air and unleashed a series of dragon-stripping fists that shook the heavens and the earth. They blasted into the great path, shattering it. When Yi Qinfeng performed the rules of time and blasted out 10 punches in an instant, he shattered the Boundless Great Way in the most aggressive way. However, the body of the mighty figure of the Green Sky clan was also shattered at any time. He turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air and died on the spot. After killing the two mighty figures, Yi Qinfeng attacked the three-headed demonic leopard with shocking strength. The three-headed demonic leopard was able to fight against four mighty figures because of its unpredictable speed. However, Yi Qinfeng had the sword wings, mastered the quadruple time flow, and the amplitude of the primordial blood. In terms of speed, he completely suppressed the three-headed demonic leopard and blasted it away again and again. Chaotic divine would. When the three-headed demonic leopard was covered in blood and burned its powerful demonic power to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Qinfeng summoned his natal treasure, the chaotic divine wood, and controlled it to meet the attack. Boom! Under the attack of the chaotic divine wood, the three-headed demonic leopard's fatal blow was shattered instantly. Its huge body trembled, and it was sent flying thousands of meters away by the chaotic divine wood. It crashed into the cliff in the distance and turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Its soul died on the spot. Chapter 16:11. Collect. With a single thought, Yi Qinfeng collected the corpses of the three demonic leopards and the remains of the three great sovereigns. He spat out the burning sky, sacred flame, and burned their bodies. He called the two girls who were hiding in the canopy over. When they arrived at the end of the valley, they saw an ancient tree that was emitting golden light and seemed to have blood flowing through its trunk. 8th high school? When first high school? This golden blood ancient tree is useful to me, so I'll take it. As the chaos divine would continue to transform, its power became more and more terrifying. If it continued to grow, its power would surpass a saint treasure and be on par with a transcendent saint treasure. All right, the two girls nodded. They did not covet this invaluable golden blood ancient tree and gave it to Yi Qinfeng. Chaos divine would devour. Yi Qinfeng controlled the chaos divine would to fly towards the golden blood ancient tree and let it devour it directly. Sensing the threat of the chaos divine wood, the extremely intelligent golden blood ancient tree shot out a terrifying blood-red light, transforming into various attack forms and fiercely attacking the chaos divine wood. The golden blood ancient tree had lived for close to 10 million years, and the spirituality it contained was extremely terrifying. Under its ferocious attacks, the chaos divine wood's attacks were constantly countered, and the 5 colored roots that extended were forcibly shattered by the swaying canopy of the golden blood ancient tree, unable to penetrate the ancient tree at all. For great Tao diagrams suppress. Sensing that the chaos divine wood was having a hard time restraining the golden blood ancient wood, Yi Qinfeng formed the 4 Tao diagrams with a thought. He controlled the 4 diagrams and merged them together, forming a huge millstone of Tao will. It ground the space and formed a terrifying suppressive force, forcefully weakening the power of the golden blood ancient wood. We'll help too. Shui Xuan and Xiao Wendy also acted at this time, releasing powerful Tao intent to suppress the golden blood ancient tree. However, the golden blood ancient tree was terrifying beyond Yi Qinfeng's imagination. The 3 of them worked together to suppress it, but they still could not make the chaos divine would restrain the golden blood ancient tree and devour its spirituality. Mo Ba, come out. In desperation, Yi Qinfeng summoned Mo Ba, who had unsealed all of its seals and reached 1-star demon master realm, to help. What a terrifying devil chi. He actually still has such a trump card. Shui Yishuan's heart inexplicably trembled when she felt the devil chi. She had a feeling that this Devil Ba's strength was above Yu Xian's. He had most likely reached the 1-star Devil Lord realm. Ao ao ao! Mo Ba roared into the sky, releasing billowing demonic energy. Like a surging tide, it engulfed the golden blood ancient wood, completely suppressing it. With Mo Ba's help, the golden blood ancient wood was instantly suppressed. At this time, the chaos divine would once again extended its 5 colored roots and successfully took root in the golden blood ancient wood, madly devouring the spiritual energy contained in the ancient wood. About 3 days later, the golden blood ancient wood's spiritual energy was completely devoured by the chaos divine wood, turning it into a lifeless, dead tree. The Chaos Divine Wood, on the other hand, had swallowed the Golden Blood Ancient Wood that was nearly 10 million years old. Its power had increased several-fold, and it was about to reach the limit of another metamorphosis. Come on, let's continue forward. Yi Qinfeng took out the spoils from killing the enemies and divided them between the two ladies. After that, they continued to fly into the depths of the Mystery Land. After flying for an unknown period of time, suddenly a terrifying roar came from the depths of the Mystery Land. This roar was so strong that it shocked the surroundings, causing the entire Mystery Land to tremble. Then a humongous dragon turtle as big as a hill appeared in the distance. It opened its bloody mouth and instantly swallowed several experts from the Green Sky Clan and Eternal Heaven Palace, shocking everyone. Evil beast, you are courting death. Just as the furious dragon turtle was crazily killing the experts from the two forces, an angry roar came from the horizon. Heavenly Tao, who was wearing a blue robe, seemed to have merged with the space. His every move could trigger the momentum of heaven and earth. He was controlling the Heavenly Saint weapon, the Green Sky Wheel, to attack the humongous dragon turtle. Boom! When the Green Sky Wheel, which had terrifying Tao will, hit the extremely hard shell of the dragon turtle, it immediately exploded with shocking power. It shook the humongous body of the dragon turtle and saved several experts from the Green Sky Clan and Eternal Heaven Palace. Patriarch, we found an ancient palace under the lake. It seems that there is a great opportunity hidden in it. The expert from the Green Sky Clan, who had escaped the disaster, reported. An ancient palace. Heavenly Tao's eyes lit up. He said loudly, "All of you step back. Leave this mid-level dragon turtle to me." As he spoke, Heavenly Tao deduced Tao will to the extreme. He controlled the Green Sky Wheel, which was powerful enough to destroy the lower plane, and fiercely attacked the dragon turtle. Although the dragon turtle, which was comparable to a 6-star Tao Master, was not as strong as a 1-star Tao God, the dragon turtle's shell was too hard. Heavenly Tao controlled the Green Sky Wheel to attack fiercely for 30 minutes, but he was unable to break the defense of the turtle's shell. Roar! Despicable alien race! I am going to swallow all of you! The dragon turtle roared furiously. It suddenly turned its huge body and attacked Heavenly Tao and the others like a spinning top. It wanted to smash them to death. Patriarch Green Sky, let me help you. When Heavenly Tao held the Green Sky Wheel in his hand and faced the dragon turtle's fierce attack head-on, a thunderous voice exploded in the void. The Palace Master of the Eternal Celestial Palace, Tsangmeng, a 6-star Tao Master, slashed at the dragon turtle with the treasure of the Eternal Celestial Palace, the semi-divine saint artifact, Vast Expanse Saber. As the saber slashed, a deep saber mark appeared in the chaotic space. The terrifying Vast Expanse Saber was like the Milky Way flowing backward. It fiercely slashed at the hard turtle's shell, shattering its demonic energy and slowing down its attack. Subsequently, the azure sky will descended from the sky while emanating a terrifying energy of Tao insight, and it blasted onto the dragon tortoise's shell and forcefully smashed it down from midair into the deep lake that roiled violently, causing a large amount of water to splash up. Ice seal. The moment the dragon turtle fell into the deep lake, Vast Expanse unleashed a heaven-grade Tao diagram of ice. It blasted into the deep lake, instantly sealing the lake and freezing the dragon turtle's huge body. Green Sky Wheel, destroy it! Heavenly Tao seized this opportunity. He ignored the exhaustion of his body and controlled the Green Sky Wheel to attack fiercely. Under the continuous attacks of Heavenly Tao and Vast Expanse, cracks appeared on the dragon turtle's incomparably hard shell. A large amount of blood seeped through the cracks and dyed a large amount of ice red. Attack together and kill the dragon turtle. After successfully injuring the dragon turtle, Heavenly Tao and Vast Expanse immediately ordered the experts of the two great powers to use all of their ferocious attacks to penetrate the cracked turtle shell and injure the dragon turtle's body. As time passed, many experts of the various great powers who had been teleported to various places in the mystic realm heard the intense sounds of battle and rushed over. Even Yi Chin Fong and the others followed the dragon turtle's painful roars and rushed over to the blood-stained lake. An ancestral beast. This is an ancestral beast. Seeing the dragon turtle being bombarded by Heavenly Tao and Vast Expanse, the God-Eater brain immediately sensed that this dragon turtle was an extremely terrifying ancestral beast. It was extremely rare in the heaven domain. Roar! All of you, die with me! Seeing that the heavily injured dragon turtle was about to die, the dragon turtle suddenly roared and detonated its incomparably precious ancestral beast monster core. Not good. Retreat. Sensing the danger, Heavenly Tao and Vast Expanse immediately led the experts of the two great powers to retreat. However, the dragon turtle had detonated the demonic core so quickly that it exploded with heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 experts from the two organizations were killed, and the two invincible entities from the Vast Expanse were seriously injured. Their blood dyed the sky red. Chapter 1612. He's injured. Yi Chin Fong rejoiced inwardly when he saw Tianji Dao and Song Mang staining the sky with blood. By Chinese network, less than or equal to, less than or equal to. Greater than or equal to 8 almost equals 1 greater than or equal to z is almost equal to, is not equal to. Greater than or equal to c greater than or equal to o is not equal to m is not equal to the existence of heavenly peak, Tao, posed a great threat to Yi Chin Fong. If Yi Chin Fong wanted to obtain the unparalleled opportunity in the ethereal secret territory, he would have to deal with heavenly peak, Tao, first. Otherwise, not only would his efforts be in vain, he might even lose his life here. Break it! Tianji Dao swallowed a true spirit saint pill to stabilize his injuries. Then he unleashed a palm strike at the lake, sealed by the ice Heavenly Tao diagram. Instantly, the entire lake collapsed, revealing an ancient palace hidden at the bottom of the lake that exuded a sense of vicissitudes of time. This ancient palace belongs to the Green Sky Clan and the Eternal Heaven Palace. Anyone who dares to touch it will be killed. Although Tianji Dao and Vast Expanse knew about the conflict between the two forces, they chose to cooperate in the face of great benefits. They were ready to swallow all the opportunities in the ethereal mystery land. Sigh. Although the opportunities in the ancient palace belonged to the ethereal mystery land, Yu Xian did not dare to say anything in front of the Green Sky Clan and the Eternal Heaven Palace. He could only grit his teeth and watch the great opportunities being taken away by the two forces. Not only did the ethereal mystery land not dare to touch the ancient palace, but the master of the 9 Clearances Mountain, Tianqing, also did not dare to raise any objections. He could only leave with the disciples of the 9 Clearances Mountain to look for other opportunities. Green Sky Wheel, break the seal. After shocking the experts of the various major powers, Tianji Dao controlled the clear sky wheel to attack the ancient palace. He wanted to rely on absolute strength to forcefully break through the restrictions and enter. However, the seal in the ethereal mystery land was very powerful. After so many years, it still showed no signs of weakening. Tianji Dao and Vast Expanse attacked the seal with their 2 treasures for more than an hour, but there was no sign of breaking the seal. This made them frown. Can't we break the seal with brute force? Several thoughts flashed through Tianji Dao's mind. He could not help but look at the master of the ethereal mystery land. Yue Xian, come over here. Tianji Dao commanded. Clan leader Qing Tian, what can I do for you? Yu Xian lowered his posture and asked politely, lend me a drop of your blood. Tianji said, yes. Yu Xian didn't dare to disobey Yu Xian's order. He gently bit his finger and forced out a drop of blood. Go. With a thought, Tianji Dao controlled Yueshuan's blood to fly toward the restriction of the ancient palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After fusing with Yu Xian's essence blood, the ancient palace's restriction suddenly trembled. A large amount of restriction light illuminated the heaven and earth, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Just as I thought, the blood of a direct descendant of the Misty Heaven sect can open the ancient palace's seal. Sensing that the ancient palace's restrictions were getting weaker and weaker, Tianji Dao smiled faintly. He looked at Yu Xian and said, "Sect leader Yu, this secret territory is filled with dangers. Why don't you follow me? That way, I can protect you when we encounter danger." Yu Xian hesitated. "Sect leader Yu, your Misty Heaven sect is too weak. You won't be able to obtain any great, fortuitous encounters in this secret territory. How about this? If sect leader Yu is willing to follow me, I can share some of the fortuitous encounters with you." Tianji Dao said generously because Yu Xian had important uses for him. "All right, many thanks to clan leader Qing Tian." Yu Xian knew that he had no other choice. He sighed helplessly in his heart and had no choice but to compromise. "Let's go. Let's enter the ancient palace and see what's inside." After saying that, Tianji Dao, Sangmeng, Yu Xian, and the others flew into the ancient palace. Before Yu Xian entered the ancient palace, Yi Qinfeng had left a strand of his soul on him in advance. He wanted to use him to spy on the fortuitous encounters in the ancient palace. And 3 balls of light. After entering the ancient palace, Tianji Dao and the others saw 3 balls of light floating in the middle of the ancient palace. 3 supreme treasures were sealed in the balls of light. "Sect leader Yu, let me borrow your essence, blood again." Tianji Dao's eyes shone brightly. "Okay." Yu Xian nodded. He bit his finger and forced out a drop of essence blood. Then he flicked it toward the first ball of light. After fusing with Yu Xian's essence blood, the ball of light rippled like flowing water. Then it slowly disappeared, revealing a long spear that was 9 feet 9 inches long. It was dark blue in color, and the patterns on the handle were like flowing water. The tip of the spear was inlaid with a mysterious crystal, half transcendent saint weapon. Tianji Dao and Sangmeng's eyes lit up when they felt the aura of the long spear. Although the Qing Tian clan was an overlord force in the Immortal region and a branch of the Sky clan in the Void God world, the Qing Tian clan did not have many half-transcendent saint weapons. There were only 5 of them. The number 1 force in the Nihility region, the Eternal Heaven Palace, only had 2 half-transcendent saint weapons. It showed how rare and precious such treasures were in the Immortal region. "Sect leader Yu, please open the second ball of restriction." Tianji Dao and Sangmeng did not ask for the blue long spear. Instead, they looked at the second ball of restriction. "Okay." Yu Xian sighed helplessly. He did not want to move his eyes away from the half-transcendent saint weapon. He forced a drop of essence blood to fuse with the second ball of restriction. After fusing with Yu Xian's blood essence, the power of the restriction light ball continued to decrease until it finally disappeared, revealing a simple and unadorned 3-legged cauldron with a toad inlaid on the lid of the cauldron. Although this 3-legged furnace looked ordinary, it was a heavenly treasure. When Yu Xian saw this 3-legged furnace, he couldn't take his eyes off it. With their shrewd eyes, they were sure that the 3-legged stove was more precious than the blue long spear. They suspected that it was a half-transcendent saint treasure. The Misty Secret Area deserves its reputation. This trip is worth it. A faint smile appeared on Tianji Dao's face as he cast his gaze towards the last ball of light. He wanted to know what kind of treasure was sealed within it. Break. Yu Xian suppressed the sadness in his heart and forced the 3rd drop of essence blood to fuse with the 3rd ball of restriction. "This is a pill." The ball of restriction disappeared. Tianji Dao and the others saw 3 pills the size of a longan. They were fiery red and had half a pill pattern on them. They were emitting a strong medicinal fragrance and were floating in the air. Just by smelling the medicinal fragrance of the 3 fiery red pills, Tianji Dao and the other 2 felt as if they were floating in the air. This made them certain that these 3 pills should be 3 immeasurably valuable half-transcendent holy pills. Clan leader Qing Tian, Palace Master Tsang, I've opened the 3 balls of restriction for you. Can you give me a half-transcendent saint pill? The value of a half-Skirich divine pill was too high. If Yu Xian was able to obtain one, then he would definitely be able to step foot into the Tao Lord realm by relying on its vast medicinal strength. Moreover, he would even be able to establish an extremely solid foundation for his cultivation. How about this, Sect Master Yu? I have 3 supreme, true spirit saint pills. I'll give them to you. Tianji Dao took out a porcelain bottle from his universe ring and threw it to Yu Xian. Songmang also took out 3 supreme, true spirit saint pills and gave them to Yu Xian. Although the supreme true spirit saint technique was extremely precious, its value was far inferior to a half-transcendent saint pill. A half-transcendent saint pill could be exchanged for at least 10 supreme, true spirit saint pills. Moreover, no one in the entire heaven region was willing to do such a business. Sigh. Yu Xian knew that he was not fated to get a half-transcendent saint pill when he saw their attitude. He sighed softly and put away the 6 supreme, true spirit saint pills. Clan leader Qing Tian, I'll take this 3-legged cauldron. You can have the rest. The 3-legged cauldron was the most valuable of the 3 treasures, so Songmang asked first. Sure. Tianji Dao had just broken through to the 1-star Dao God realm and needed a half-transcendent saint pill to consolidate his cultivation. He pondered for a moment and finally agreed. P.S. Yi Qinfeng's picture. If you want to see it, please add the WeChat account, Y1TY83. You can see it if you click on 8 Desolates, Chapter 1613. These 3 treasures, I want them. Just as Tianji Dao and Songmang were dividing up the 3 priceless treasures, a deep, ancient voice suddenly rang out outside the ancient palace, entering their ears. August 1st Chinese Network. 1. Following the source of the voice, they saw an unimaginably strong man walking over with heavy steps. With every step he took, the entire ancient palace trembled. It was as if it wasn't a person walking, but a divine mountain. Who are you? Looking at this man who had suddenly appeared and whose body was pulsing with divine light, the 1-star celestial god Tian Jidao's expression changed slightly, revealing a trace of graveness. Who I am is not important. What's important is that if you don't want to die, get the hell away from me. Otherwise, I will destroy you. The burly man exuded a domineering aura as he threatened coldly. What arrogance! This god wants to see how you can destroy me. Tianji Dao sent a message to Songmang, telling him to keep the 3 treasures while he stopped this burly man who seemed to be as strong as him. Green sky wheel, destroy! Tianji Dao roared, and the low-grade, transcendent saint artifact, the green sky wheel, appeared on his body. The sun and moon sank in the wheel, and the stars multiplied. The terrifying power of the wheel shook the 9 heavens, scaring Yu Xian into retreating quickly to avoid being swept by this terrifying power and suffering an unexpected calamity. Transcendent saint artifact, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing. The burly man's eyes shot out tens of thousands of rays of starlight, and his burly body continued to grow. A power that could crush mountains filled his muscles, increasing his strength to the limit. Celestial demon, you are a celestial demon. Feeling the burly man's physical strength instantly surpass 50 billion. Tianji Dao's expression changed greatly, and he guessed the burly man's identity. Although it was rare to see a celestial demon in the entire celestial realm, the name of a celestial demon was still resounding. Celestial demons had the strongest physical body in the universe, and were almost invincible in the same realm. Even if Tianji Dao had a Transcendent Saint artifact, he still felt a trace of pressure when facing a celestial demon. That's right. He summoned the giant spirit sword that he had obtained from Yi Qinfeng. With a burst of strength of over 50 billion jin, he swung the giant spirit sword at Tianji Dao. The god-fiend torch dragon slashed out with his sword, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The terrifying sword light seemed to split the space apart, causing a terrifying crack to appear. Feeling the power of the god-fiend candle dragon's sword, Tianji Dao's expression changed slightly. He immediately controlled the green sky wheel to block, using the Transcendent Saint artifact to block the giant spiritual sword's attack. Boom! When the two supreme treasures collided, a destructive force burst out, causing the space in the ancient palace to crack. The coiling dragon pillars shattered one after another. Ao, ao, ao! As the two terrifying forces clashed, the god-devil torch dragon let out a long, thunderous roar. His voice was like a tidal wave, crashing into the vast expanse, whose face fell as he tried to take away the three precious treasures. Even though Tsangmeng was a peak 6-star Dao Lord, the difference in strength between a Dao Lord and a Dao God was too great. A Dao God had condensed a sacred spirit that was even more powerful than a Dao Lord's, and his Dao energy had been transformed into sacred energy. It wasn't something a Dao Lord could compare to. Wang, under the attack of the God-Devil Torch Dragon's roar, Vast Expanse's soul was shaken, and his reaction slowed down a little. In the next moment, the God-Devil Torch Dragon ignored his injuries and burst out with a shocking force. He tore through the layers of destructive force and appeared in front of Vast Expanse. He stretched out his millstone-like hand and grabbed Vast Expanse's head, restraining him. If you don't want to die, give me the 3 supreme treasures that you just took away. Otherwise, I'll crush your head. The God-Devil Torch Dragon ordered domineeringly. All right, I'll give it to you. Vast Expanse knew how terrifying the Torch Dragon was. He could not go against the Torch Dragon's orders. He quickly took out a yin-yang ring and handed it to the Torch Dragon. Vast Expanse, you can't give the 3 treasures to him. If you give them to him, you'll still die. Tianji Dao's expression changed slightly as he shouted at Vast Expanse. Crack! As soon as Tianji Dao finished speaking, the God-Devil Torch Dragon's 5 fingers exerted force, and the terrifying force crushed Vast Expanse's skull. A large amount of blood flowed out, dyeing Vast Expanse's face red. No, don't kill me, I'll give it to you. Vast Expanse was the palace master of the Eternal Celestial Palace. He had a lot of time to waste and did not want to die. He quickly handed the yin-yang ring in his hand to the God-Devil Torch Dragon. After receiving the yin-yang ring, the God-Devil Torch Dragon immediately released a powerful soul force into the yin-yang ring. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from Vast Expanse's eyes. He suddenly detonated a powerful soul force that was hidden in the yin-yang ring and attacked the God-Devil Torch Dragon's soul at close range. Although the God-Devil Torch Dragon's strength was terrifying, the sudden attack of the yin-yang ring's mysterious power still delayed his reaction. Seizing the opportunity, Vast Expanse's Dao core exploded with a shocking amount of Dao power. He forcefully pushed the God-Devil Torch Dragon away and flew toward Tianji Dao at an extremely fast speed. Die! The God-Devil Torch Dragon came to his senses and pressed down on Vast Expanse with his huge hand. The space around him collapsed and pressed down on Vast Expanse. Clan leader Qing Tian, save me! Vast Expanse panicked when he saw the God-Devil Torch Dragon's huge hand crushing Vast Expanse into minced meat. He immediately asked Tianji Dao for help. Green sky will break for me. Tianji Dao deduced his Dao to the extreme and controlled the green sky wheel to slash at the God-Devil Torch Dragon's huge hand. He forcefully tore it apart and saved Vast Expanse. However, before Vast Expanse had a chance to catch his breath, he suddenly felt a terrifying physical pressure appear beside him. He was so frightened that 2 of his 3 souls left his body. He didn't care about the consequences and used Blood Escape to escape. Rip. The moment Vast Expanse dodged, the God Devil Torch Dragon grabbed Vast Expanse's right hand before Tian Jidao could attack. He released a shocking amount of energy and tore Vast Expanse's right hand off, obtaining the yin-yang ring hidden in his right arm. Clan leader Qing Tian, the 3 treasures have been taken by him. Kill him. Vast Expanse howled in pain as his right arm was torn apart by the God Devil Torch Dragon. However, the God Devil Torch Dragon was too terrifying. He didn't dare to stay for long. He left behind those words and fled the ancient palace in a sorry state. Supreme Emperor Heavenly Dao, destroy him! Tianji Dao didn't expect that he would fall short of success at the very last moment, and his 3 treasures would be snatched away by the God-fiend Torch Dragon. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He controlled the clear sky wheel to attack ferociously, and at the same time he activated the supreme divine ability of the Heavenly Emperor clan, transforming it into numerous Heavenly Emperor seals that attacked the God-fiend Torch Dragon. Humph, you think you can stop me when you've just broken through to the Heavenly God realm? The God Devil Torch Dragon snorted coldly as he unleashed his strongest strength. He waved the giant spiritual sword continuously, shattering Tianjidao's attacks as he tried to break out of the ancient palace. Palace Master, what happened to you? Hearing the huge commotion from the ancient palace, the spectators outside the ancient palace were shocked. They were surprised that there was still a mysterious expert here. When the experts of the Eternal Heaven Palace saw Vast Expanse, who had lost an arm, escaping in a sorry state, they immediately surrounded him and asked with concern, "Let's go, let's leave this place first." The God Devil Torch Dragon's strength was too terrifying. Vast Expanse was afraid that Tianjidao wouldn't be able to defeat the God Devil Torch Dragon. If that happened, the consequences would be dire. He immediately left with the experts of the Eternal Heaven Palace. Just as the people of the Eternal Heaven Palace left, the ancient palace trembled violently and collapsed. The God Devil Torch Dragon didn't care about his injuries as he used the God Devil clan's ancient divine ability to destroy the heavens and earth. He attacked Tianjidao, who was controlling the green sky wheel, with all his might. Boom! When the 2 powerful attacks collided, the space within a radius of a few miles collapsed. Countless spatial cracks spread out in the shattered space. It was a terrifying scene, as though the end of the world had arrived. The God Devil Torch Dragon had yet to recover from his injuries. Coupled with the terrifying might of the God Devil Torch Dragon's ancient divine artifact, he was still injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he had successfully broken out of the encirclement and didn't continue fighting. Instead, he flew towards the forest in the distance. When Tianjidao, who was covered in blood and in a sorry state, chased after him, the God Devil Torch Dragon had already disappeared. Chapter 1614. Members of the Azure Sky Clan, listen up. Search for that fiend god. I'll reward anyone who can find him. Tianjidao was furious. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the 3 supreme treasures of the ancient palace would be snatched away right under his nose. Now that the fiend god Torch Dragon was injured, it was the best time to kill him. Tianjidao wanted to personally cut off Torch Dragon's head to vent his anger. 8th high school? When? While the members of the Azure Sky Clan were searching for the fiend god, Yu Xian was the last to fly out of the collapsed ancient palace. Sect leader, what exactly happened? What treasures are there in the ancient palace? The members of the Ethereal Heavens sect quickly surrounded Yu Xian. They wanted to know what had happened. There are 3 treasures in the ancient palace. They are a half Transcendent Saint artifact, a half Transcendent Saint treasure, and 3.5 Transcendent Saint pills. These 3 treasures should have belonged to the Azure Sky Clan leader and Palace Master Tsang. But a fiend god suddenly appeared, severely injured Palace Master Tsang, and took away the 3 treasures. Yu Xian told them what had happened in the ancient palace. Fiend god? How could there be a fiend god in the ethereal secret realm? Everyone gasped. Sigh, I don't know either. Yu Xian sighed softly. He felt that the situation had become more complicated. He couldn't imagine how Yi Qinfeng would obtain a great opportunity for the ethereal heaven sect. Sect master, this secret realm is too dangerous. Should we continue? Hua Xing said solemnly. The overall strength of the ethereal heaven sect was not strong. If they ventured deeper and encountered more terrifying saint beasts, it was very likely that they would be wiped out. This made many people want to retreat. Where's Cheng Feng? Let's wait for him. Yu Xian looked around and didn't see Yi Qinfeng. He pondered for a moment and said, All right. Thinking of Yi Qinfeng's mysterious background, they waited patiently outside the heavily damaged lake. After about an hour, Yi Qinfeng, who had mysteriously disappeared, returned. Qingfeng, the current situation in the misty secret realm is too complicated. Even the Palace Master of Eternal Celestial Palace, a peak 6-star Tao Lord, vast expanse, has lost an arm. I think we should give up on this fortuitous encounter and leave this place. Yu Xian sighed helplessly. As the God-Fiend Torch Dragon was too powerful and God-Fiends were very rare, Yu Xian and company didn't think that the God-Fiend Torch Dragon was related to Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment before saying, How about this, Sect Master? You all leave the misty mystic realm, and I'll go alone to fight for an opportunity for you all. Qingfeng, this is too dangerous. There are 2 Tao gods in this secret realm. No matter how talented you are not a match for them. Shui Piaomiao said worriedly, Don't worry, Palace Master Shui. I only have means to protect myself. Yi Qinfeng smiled confidently. Qinfeng, I want to follow you. Shui Yixian looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng, who she couldn't see through, and said softly, All right, then let's go deeper. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng bid farewell to Yu Xian, Shui Piaomiao and the others, and flew deeper into the secret realm with Xiao Wendai and Shui Yixian. Sect Master, do you think he will succeed? Shui Shu Jun murmured as she looked at Yi Qinfeng's departing figure. I don't know. Let's go out and wait. Hopefully he will be able to fight for an opportunity for our misty mystic realm and help us rise again. Yu Xian's heart burned with passion as he thought about the 3 great opportunities in the ancient palace. Qingfeng, that God-Fiend just now was related to you, right? One day later, Yi Qinfeng and company appeared in a secluded valley. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's chiseled face, Shui Yixian bit her lips and said, Senior Sister Shui, why do you suspect me? Yi Qinfeng smiled as he looked at Shui Yixian's cold face. It's a woman's 6th sense. Shui Yixian said softly as she met Yi Qinfeng's gaze. Senior Sister Shui, you just need to remember that I have no ill intentions towards the misty mystic realm. Furthermore, I will fulfill my promise. Yi Qinfeng smiled and changed the topic. All right, Senior Sister Shui, you and Matzi can rest here. I'm going out for a while. Before I return, don't leave this place. Yi Qinfeng exhorted before leaving the valley. With a thought, he returned to the universe realm and found the God-Fiend Torch Dragon. Senior, thank you for your help. Yi Qinfeng said gratefully as he looked at the God-Fiend Torch Dragon who had consumed 1.5 sky-piercing sage pill. Junior, the celestial god that you asked me to deal with is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, he possesses a sky-piercing sage artifact. He is a great threat to me. Zhu Lang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he woke up from his recovery. Although we have encountered great challenges, the opportunities here are equally amazing. Perhaps there is an ancestral medicine that can heal Senior's injuries. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. All right, stop encouraging me. Since I have agreed to help you, I will naturally help you to the end. The God-fiend Torch Dragon seemed to have seen through Yi Qinfeng's thoughts and said in a deep voice, Senior, how much of your injuries can you recover after consuming 1.5 sky-piercing sage pill? Yi Qinfeng asked. The half sky-piercing sage pill may be precious to you, but it is of limited use to me. The half sky-piercing sage pill can only suppress my injuries and prevent them from worsening. It cannot heal my injuries, the God-fiend Torch Dragon said. However, this spear and this cauldron are not bad. With them, I will have a chance to severely injure that celestial god from the azure sky race the next time I face him. Here, take these 2.5 sky-piercing sage pills. With that, the God-fiend Torch Dragon gave the 2.5 sky-piercing sage pills to Yi Qinfeng. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinfeng put away the 2.5 sky-piercing sage pills and said, Senior, take care of yourself. I will not disturb you. With that, Yi Qinfeng left the Qinkuan realm and returned to the valley. After resting for a night, he continued to search for the ancient palace in the Mystery Land. While Yi Qinfeng was searching for the ancient palace in the Mystery Land, the 3 sacred beasts who had refined the demonic core and blood essence of the sacred beasts all broke through to the king's sacred beasts. This greatly increased the power that Yi Qinfeng could control. What a terrifying restriction formation. On the 20th day of Yi Qinfeng's search in the Mystery Land with the 2 girls, the God-eating brain tool, which was extremely deductive, felt a looming restriction formation between the mountains in front of them. When he approached it, he found that this restriction formation was very terrifying. Space Devourer, come out. Yi Qinfeng didn't break through the restriction formation by force. He summoned the Space Devourer that had evolved into a king's sacred beast and ordered it to devour the restriction formation. After evolving, the Space Devourer's ability to devour space had become even stronger. In less than 2 hours, the Space Devourer had devoured a large hole in the terrifying spatial restriction formation, allowing Yi Qinfeng's group of 3 to enter with ease. An ancient palace. There really is an ancient palace hidden here. After entering the restriction formation, Yi Qinfeng noticed that a magnificent ancient palace had appeared beneath his feet. Moreover, an enormous lion that was over 100 meters long and was like a mountain was sleeping outside the ancient palace. Its entire body was fiery red, and it was covered in flames. An ancestral beast. This lion is an ancestral beast. As he gazed at the fiery red lion before him, Yi Qinfeng was immediately sure that this lion was just like the dragon turtle from before. They were both mid-rank ancestral beasts that were rarely seen in the heaven region, and they were comparable to peak 6-star Dao Lords. Both of you hide well. Leave this ancestral beast to me, Yi Qinfeng instructed before his figure flashed towards the ancient palace, and he woke up this mid-rank ancestral beast that had guarded the ancient palace for countless years. Chapter 1615. Roar. Human, this is not a place where you should be. Either you scram now or die. The red lion opened its eyes, which were bigger than millstones. It looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was like an ant in its eyes, and said ferociously, I want to enter this ancient palace. If you move aside, I can spare your life. Although the red lion in front of him was emitting a terrifying aura that made Yi Qinfeng feel suffocated and breathless, he did not show any signs of weakness and replied domineeringly, Despicable human, you are courting death. The red lion was completely enraged by Yi Qinfeng's words. It opened its mouth and spat out waves of demonic qi towards Yi Qinfeng, wanting to destroy him. Wendy, will Qinfeng be all right? Shui Yishuan, who was hiding in the dark, saw Yi Qinfeng in danger and asked nervously, Don't worry, Senior Sister Shui. Qinfeng is not a reckless person. If he dares to face the red lion alone, he will definitely win. Seeing the concern on Shui Yishuan's face, Xia Wendy sighed softly in her heart and became more determined. Just as the red lion's demonic chi was about to hit Yi Chen-feng suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Torch Dragon, who was tall and burly like a majestic divine mountain, appeared in the void. With his indestructible body, he dispersed the demonic chi spewed out by the red lion. God demon, this god demon is really related to Yi Chen-feng. Shui Yishuan's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw the strange appearance of the demon god. Wendy, who is Chen-feng? Why is he protected by such a terrifying god demon? It was rare to see a god demon in the entire heaven realm, let alone one that had reached the Tao god realm. This made Shui Yishuan very curious about Yi Chen-feng's identity. Senior sister Shui, I don't know Chen-feng's true identity, but there is one thing I can be sure of. Chen-feng has no ill intentions towards the Misty Heaven sect. Xiao and Dai said faintly. As he spoke, the god-fiend Torch Dragon held the giant spirit sword in his hand. The sword tore through the void and slashed at the red lion. The terrifying sword forced the red lion to dodge to the side. Boom! The moment the red lion dodged, a bottomless chasm appeared where it was just a moment ago. The terrifying sword might filled the void, making people feel fearful. A god fiend! How did you get in here? The red lion felt a strong sense of danger from the god fiend Torch Dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and questioned loudly. Die. The Torch Dragon god Jen Ben didn't reply to the red lion. He instantly raised his physical strength to 50 billion Jin and attacked the red lion with terrifying physical strength, wanting to quickly kill it. The god-fiend Torch Dragon attacked with astounding strength. The red lion, who couldn't dodge, immediately waved its sharp lion claws to meet the attack. Boom, boom, boom! A series of thunder-like explosions resounded in the air. The god-fiend Torch Dragon and the red lion didn't show any signs of weakness and began to fight fiercely. Although the red lion's attack power was above the dragon turtle, its defense was far inferior. On the other hand, the god-fiend Torch Dragon's attack was almost invincible. Very quickly, the red lion's attack was suppressed by the god-fiend Torch Dragon. The giant spirit sword continued to slash at the red lion's huge body, leaving behind a series of ghastly sword wounds. Large amounts of blood splattered everywhere. The red lion's injuries continued to worsen, completely enraging it. It roared furiously and stimulated the power of its demonic core. Its attack power and speed were raised to the limit as it fought the god-fiend Torch Dragon in close combat. However, the god-fiend Torch Dragon's physical body was too strong. The red lion's sharp lion claws couldn't break through his defense at all. What's that sound? When the god-fiend Torch Dragon and the red lion fought fiercely, the loud noises alarmed many experts scattered nearby. They all came closer to check what was going on. When they got close to the trembling restriction and felt the whole space trembling, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to get close. They all used their own means to pass the news to the top experts of their respective forces. Soon, the experts of the Green Sky clan, led by Tianji Dao, rushed to the second ancient palace at an extremely fast speed. Little Lion, I'd like to see how many strikes you can take from me. The god-fiend Torch Dragon looked at the scarred red lion and continued to unleash shocking power to suppress it and worsen its injuries. Demonic core burn. Unable to withstand the fierce attacks of the god-fiend Torch Dragon, the red lion, covered in bloody wounds, burned its demonic core at all costs. With the help of the powerful ancestral demon power, it suppressed its injuries and continued to fight fiercely with the god-fiend Torch Dragon in the void. Senior, we can't delay any longer. I'm afraid that if we delay any longer, the people of the Green Sky clan will come. Then we'll be in trouble. Yi Chen-feng, who was hiding in the universe mirror, found that the god-fiend Torch Dragon couldn't kill the red lion, so he couldn't help but urge him. Well, Then I'll try my best to kill it. The God-fiend Torch Dragon took a deep breath and further increased his strength regardless of his injuries. Die. As his strength increased rapidly, the God-fiend Torch Dragon used the quasi-heavenly saint weapon, the tripod cauldron. He controlled the tripod cauldron to increase its size and suppress the scarred red lion. Boom! Attacked by the tripod cauldron, the red lion's huge body trembled and was knocked down to the ground by the tripod cauldron, which was as heavy as a mountain. The ground collapsed for several miles. The next moment, the quasi-heavenly saint weapon blue long spear appeared in the God-fiend Torch Dragon's hand. He suddenly threw the long spear, which tore the void and pierced toward the red lion's neck like a crack in space. Chi! The red lion's defense was easily penetrated by the blue long spear. The terrifying spear penetrated the red lion's huge body, constantly shattering its vitality. God-fiend, die with me! With its vitality shattered by the blue long spear, the red lion let out a roar of despair and was about to detonate its monster core to deal a fatal blow to the God-fiend Torch Dragon. You want to self-destruct? Not so easy. The God-fiend Torch Dragon held the giant spiritual sword tightly with both hands and slashed down with a heaven-splitting momentum. The sword slashed at the red lion's neck that had been penetrated by the blue long spear, forcibly chopping off the red lion's huge head and killing it on the spot. Universe Mirror, store! The moment the God-fiend Torch Dragon killed the red lion, Yi Chen Feng left the universe mirror and controlled it to store the red lion's precious corpse. Senior, thank you. Leave the rest to me. You can go back to the universe mirror to heal your injuries. Although the red lion was killed, the God-fiend Torch Dragon's injuries had worsened. Yi Chen Feng immediately let him return to the universe mirror to heal and suppress his injuries. Let's go, let's enter the ancient palace. Yi Chen Feng called the two girls who were hiding in the dark. Using Xue Yishuan's blood, he opened the restriction that enveloped the ancient palace and entered the second ancient palace. Chapter 1616. 3 Restriction Light Balls. When Yi Chen Feng entered the second ancient palace hall, he saw that this ancient palace hall was the same as the first one, with 3 clumps of light floating above it. 8th high school? When Senior sister, I'll have to trouble you. The reason why Yi Chen Feng brought Xue Yishuan with him was because he needed her blood to break the restrictions in the ancient palace. All right. Xue Yishuan nodded and bit her finger. She squeezed out a drop of blood essence and fused it with the first restriction light ball. It was only half a meter tall and had ancient runes engraved on it. This is the Origin Tao tablet. Yi Chen Feng controlled the God-Eater brain and released a powerful soul force into the Tao tablet. He immediately felt that this Tao tablet was very mysterious and contained endless Tao intent. It was a higher-grade Origin Tao tablet, and its value was immeasurable. Xue Yishuan squeezed out a second drop of blood and opened the second restriction light ball. A half-transcendent Saint Treasure appeared. Boom! Just as Xue Yishuan was about to open the third restriction light ball, the restrictions outside the valley were broken by Tian Jizao Dao with the clear sky wheel. The experts rushed in at an extremely fast speed. Senior sister, quickly! Yi Chen Feng's face changed slightly as he urged her. All right. Xue Yishuan nodded and squeezed out a third drop of blood essence. Then she unlocked the third restriction light orb and obtained 4 milky white Ascension Saint pills. They exuded a faint cold aura and had half elixir veins on them. Senior sister Xue, don't resist. I'll take you to a place to hide. Yi Chen Feng quickly took the 3 treasures in the ancient palace and sent Xue Yishuan and Xia Wendy into the universe mirror. Yi Chen Feng then summoned the sword puppet and fused more than 1,000 high-grade heaven crystals into it. He had it take the universe mirror and break out of the ancient palace. Where do you think you're going? Tian Jizao Dao roared when he saw the sword puppet flying out of the ancient palace. He controlled the clear sky wheel to smash the sword puppet. Crack! The indestructible sword puppet was struck by the azure sky wheel, and its sturdy body immediately cracked. Like a broken kite, it fell from the sky. When the sword spirit puppet landed heavily on the ground, he sent the universe mirror hidden in his palm into the ground, which was covered in cracks, and hid it well. Seal the ancient palace. Today I must kill that fiend god. Tianji Dao commanded loudly as he controlled the azure sky wheel to attack a second time, shattering the sword puppet's hard body. When the ancient temple was surrounded, Tianji Dao and Vast Expanse, who had recovered his right arm, rushed into the temple, only to find it empty. Not only was there no sign of the god-fiend torch dragon, but there were also no treasures. Where is he? How could he have disappeared? Tianji Dao released his powerful soul power and covered the entire ancient palace, searching every corner. However, he didn't find any clues even after searching the entire ancient palace. This made him roar in anger. Search! They must be hiding in some corner. We must find them. Tianji Dao and Vast Expanse were furious when they thought about how the treasures in the second ancient palace had been taken away by someone else. The two of them originally wanted to join hands and take all the treasures in the misty secret realm. However, they didn't expect that it would become a wishful thinking. If they couldn't take back the treasures in the ancient palace, they would become the laughingstock of the heaven domain. Qingfeng, what is this place? Xue Yixuan's eyes widened as she looked at the picturesque environment of the universe mirror and the tenfold flow of time. This is my treasure space. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, We are very safe here. Black Rock Emperor. Why is the Black Rock Emperor here? Xue Yixian looked around the beautiful universe mirror and found the Black Rock Emperor. She was shocked and said, Did you order the Black Rock Emperor to take Xue Mingxian away? That's right. Xue Mingxian has evil intentions. If he becomes the palace master of the Snow Palace, it won't be a good thing for the Misty Heaven sect. Yi Qinfeng nodded and admitted. Senior Sister Xue, this half of the sky-piercing Saint Pill is for you. When you break through to the 6th level Tao Emperor realm, you should be able to break through to the 1-star Tao Lord realm with this half of the sky-piercing Saint Pill. Yi Qinfeng summoned the 3 treasures he had just obtained and gave the half of the sky-piercing Saint Pill to Xue Yixian. Thank you. Xue Yixian looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng and took out a white jade box. She sealed the half of the sky-piercing Saint Pill in the box and put it into her universe ring. Matzi, this half of the sky-piercing Saint Pill is for you. Yi Qinfeng then gave the second half of the sky-piercing Saint Pill to Xia Wendy. After losing the treasures of the ancient palace, I believe that the major powers will definitely not give up and will definitely guard this place to the death. Let's use this time to cultivate properly and comprehend this Origin Tao tablet. Yi Qinfeng moved the half-meter-tall Origin Tao tablet in front of him and suggested. All right. The 2 women nodded and sat around the Origin Tao tablet. They released powerful soul energy and penetrated the Origin Tao tablet to comprehend the Tao intent it contained. Pooh! Just after comprehending for a while, Xue Yixian's soul suddenly trembled, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from her red little mouth. Senior Sister, are you all right? Yi Qinfeng looked at the pale and lovely Xue Yixian and asked with concern. I'm fine. Xue Yixian gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said sadly, This Origin Tao tablet contains Heaven Tao intent, and my mystic Tao intent is limited. I'm afraid I won't be able to comprehend this Origin Tao tablet. I was too careless. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned another origin source Tao steel and said, Senior Sister, I obtained this origin source Tao steel by chance. It contains a profound level Tao insight. Try to comprehend this profound level Tao steel first. When you've completely comprehended it, you can comprehend the heaven-level Tao steel. Thank you. Shui Yixian knew how precious the origin Tao tablet was. She looked at Yi Qinfeng affectionately and closed her eyes and began to comprehend the mystic Tao tablet. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng and the other two hid in the universe realm and patiently comprehended the profound Tao intent contained in the origin Tao tablet. Wang Wang Wang. On the 5th day of Xia, Wendy's comprehension of the Heaven Tao tablet, the Tao intent in her body, rose to the limit and broke through the bottleneck of her cultivation realm and broke through to the 2-star Tao Emperor realm. After breaking through, Xia, Wendy consumed a mid-grade true spirit pill that she obtained from killing Tian Chongshu and forcefully refined it to increase her strength. Soon, a month passed. Yi Qinfeng had comprehended the heaven-level origin source Tao steel, and his understanding and control of Tao insights had deepened. As for Xia Wendy and Shui Yixian, they had different levels of gains from comprehending the origin Tao tablet. Shui Yixian even showed signs of condensing a mystic Tao diagram. It's time to leave this place. Yi Qinfeng sensed that there were only a few people left in the valley through the universe realm. He didn't stay any longer and summoned Mo Ba out of the universe realm to break out of the encirclement. Ba, why is there a Ba here? Seeing Demon Ba's sudden appearance, the experts from the various major powers guarding the valley revealed shocked expressions. They wanted to spread the news as soon as possible. However, Mo Ba had unlocked all the seals and reached the 1-star demon Lord realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. Under Mo Ba's ferocious attacks, the experts guarding the valley were easily killed. Mo Ba captured a green sky race almighty and disappeared from the valley where the second ancient palace was at. Chapter 16-17. What? A demonic Ba appeared in the mountain valley and killed all the experts left behind by the various great powers. Only you managed to escape. Tian Jidao, who was searching for other opportunities in the ethereal mystery land, got the news from his subordinates. His face darkened instantly and he became angry out of shame. By Chinese Network Z. Z. 8-1-Z-Z-C. Oh, yes, Patriarch. Now the demonic Ba has been chasing me. Patriarch, where are you? The powerful figure of the Green Sky clan said in fear. Trash! Tian Jidao scolded him, but he still told him his location. Tian Jidao had brought 23 powerful figures to the ethereal mystery land, but now there were only 11 people left, including the clansman who had been healing in his cave residence. This made Tian Jidao very angry. If he couldn't take the great opportunity from the mystery land and return to the Green Sky clan, his position in the Green Sky clan would be shaken. Go find Tian Jidao, Yi Qinfeng ordered. He controlled the powerful figure of the Green Sky clan, who was controlled by him with the illusion will of Tao, and flew to the place where Tian Jidao was. At this time, after more than a month of searching, Tian Jidao found a terrible restriction in the mystery land. He controlled the Green Sky wheel to attack fiercely for several days, but he couldn't break the restriction. Tian Jidao thought of all kinds of methods, including the essence blood he asked for from Yuexian, but he couldn't break the restriction. In desperation, he could only contact the vast expanse Tianqing Shangren, and the others to gather their strength to break the restriction together. After more than 10 days of continuous attacks, cracks finally appeared on this heaven-like restriction. In the end, it was forcefully broken by Tian Jidao with the help of the clear sky wheel. Huff! Huff! We finally broke the restriction. Although they had forcefully broken through the restrictions, Tian Jidao and the others had also exhausted a lot of energy. However, they didn't recover. They passed through the broken restrictions together and flew into a quiet mountain valley. There, they saw an ancient palace that had existed for countless years. On the right side of the ancient palace, there was an unimaginably large spider web. A spider that was half a kilometer long and covered in spikes was sleeping on the spider web. It was dark purple in color and had a human face. Ancestor beast, human-faced spider. Looking at the human-faced spider before him, Tianji Dao revealed a grave expression. Although the defensive power of the human-faced spider was far inferior to that of the dragon turtle, the human-faced spider contained a deadly poison. If the poison it spat out invaded one's body and was not expelled in time, even a Dao god could die. Palace Master Tsang, esteemed Master Tianqing, Saint Master Jean, this human-faced spider is extremely terrifying. We have to work together to suppress it. Only then will we have a chance to kill it. Tianji Dao didn't dare to get close to the human-faced spider. He called the 3 strongest sect masters over and said, I wonder if the 3 of you have a powerful array diagram that can restrain this human-faced spider for a short period of time. Yes, Vast Expanse and the other 2 nodded in unison. Okay, then we will use the array to restrain this human-faced ghost spider. We will try to kill it as soon as possible and enter the ancient palace to seize the treasure. Tian Ji Dao nodded. Sect Master Qing Tian, I am more interested in this human-faced spider. If we work together to kill it, the corpse and demonic core of the human-faced ghost spider will belong to I. Esteemed Master Tianqing said, as long as you agree, 9 Clearances Mountain will give up the treasure in the ancient palace. All right, I promise you. Tian Ji Dao nodded. Although the corpse of the human-faced spider was incomparably precious and was even more precious than a supreme-grade, true spirit saint artifact, Vast Expanse and Heavenly Path Holy Land Saint Master Jean had no objections and agreed to esteemed Master Tianqing's proposal. Let's get ready to attack. As he spoke, Tianji Dao summoned an extremely powerful ancient array diagram. It flowed with array patterns as if it was nurturing a part of the world and attacked the human-faced spider. When Tianji Dao attacked, Vast Expanse and the other 2 also summoned their own ancient array diagrams. They sealed the space and forcibly imprisoned the human-faced spider, trapping it within the 4 ancient array diagrams. Hiss! After being attacked by the 4 ancient diagrams, the human-faced spider immediately woke up from its slumber. It roared furiously at the 4 ancient diagrams that were imprisoning it. Strands of highly toxic spider silk shot out of its mouth and attacked the overlapping ancient diagrams. Clear Sky Wheel attack. While the 4 ancient array diagrams were being attacked by the human-faced spider, Tianji Dao and the other 3 entered the ancient array diagrams. They controlled their respective inherited treasures and fiercely attacked the human-faced spider, severely injuring its body. Attacked by the Clear Sky Wheel, Vast Expanse Blade, and the other 3 supreme treasures, the human-faced ghost spider immediately condensed a large amount of spider webs to defend itself. At the same time, it controlled the poisonous stingers in its body to attack the 4 ancient array diagrams. Under the ferocious attacks of the human-faced spider, the 4 ancient array diagrams' defenses were constantly pierced through. However, the moment the 4 ancient array diagrams blocked the attacks, Tianji Dao and the other 3 easily dodged the attacks and attacked the human-faced ghost spider with all their strength. Tianji Dao, what a good plan! You want to use the ancient array diagrams to trap the human-faced spider and kill it together. Yi Qinfeng, who had transformed into a powerful figure of the Green Sky Clan and blended into the crowd, showed a cold smile. He quietly retreated to a corner where there was no one. He crushed the Demon Emperor projection and summoned the 1-star Demon Emperor. Then, Yi Qinfeng gave him several powerful explosive stones that he had obtained from killing the powerful figure of the Green Sky Clan. He ordered him to approach the 4 ancient array diagrams and use the explosive stones to attack them. Stop, who are you? Approach the clan elders without permission, and you will be killed without mercy. The Demon Emperor projection held several explosive stones and approached the 4 ancient array diagrams at an extremely fast speed. He was immediately stopped by the experts of the Green Sky Clan. However, at this time, a ferocious roar came from the entrance of the valley. Mo Qing, who was surrounded by demon chi, held the Green Phoenix sacred bow and shot at the experts of the Green Sky Clan. Being attacked by the Cyan Phoenix Holy Arrow, the warriors of the Green Sky Clan changed their expressions slightly and dodged to the side instinctively. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the projection of the Demon Emperor approached the four people of Tianji Dao and detonated several powerful self-exploding stones in his hand to attack the four ancient formations. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the explosion of several explosive stones overlapped and formed a terrible power. It collapsed the space and tore the four ancient array diagrams apart. Oh no! Tianji Dao's expression changed slightly. He had not expected such a change to occur at this critical moment. If the four ancient array diagrams were broken, they would be in a dangerous situation. Even if they finally defeated the human-faced spider, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seizing the opportunity when the four ancient diagrams were heavily damaged and covered with cracks, the human-faced spider launched a ferocious attack. Its huge body slammed into the four ancient diagrams again and again, forcibly shattering two of them, threatening Tianji Dao and the other three. Supreme Emperor Heaven Path. Seeing the ferocious human-faced spider break the four ancient array diagrams, Tianji Dao burned his powerful bloodline power and performed the top supreme inheritance of the Green Sky Clan. He condensed many royal heaven seals that were as heavy as mountains and bombarded the human-faced spider. Under the control of Tianji Dao, the azure sky wheel turned into a blue sky, releasing a terrifying suppression that suppressed the body of the human-faced spider. Attack with all your strength and injure it as much as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when it escapes. Sensing that the third ancient array diagram was about to be broken by the angry human-faced spider, Tianji Dao shouted at the three people of the vast expanse. In desperation, the three people of the vast expanse burned their powerful bloodline power and chi and blood to stimulate the power of the 3.5 transcendent saint weapons. They attacked the human-faced spider with all their strength and aggravated its injuries. Although the human-faced spider was terrifying, its defensive power was not strong. Under the attacks of the Supreme Inheritance and the Green Sky Wheel and other supreme treasures, its injuries continued to worsen. Its huge body was covered with wounds, and a large amount of dark green venom and blood flowed out. As its injuries worsened, the attacks of the human-faced spider became more ferocious. Soon, it tore the third ancient array diagram and threatened Tianji Dao and the others. Chapter 1618. When the four masters of Tianji Dao attacked the spider with all their might, chaos broke out outside the valley. 8, 1, middle, 1 Wang, less than or equal to, is almost equal to equals. Greater than or equal to 8 is equal to 1 is almost equal to z, less than or equal to, is almost equal to. Equals COMMO Ba killed a master of the Green Sky Race with the Green Phoenix sacred bow and was chased out of the valley by 3 masters of the Green Sky Race. When the 3 masters of the Green Sky Race were about to kill Mo Ba, the divine fiend Candle Dragon suddenly appeared and attacked the 3 masters of the Green Sky Race with the blue long spear in his hand. Bang! One of the masters of the Green Sky Race couldn't dodge in time and was penetrated by the blue long spear. He turned into a cloud of blood mist and died on the spot. Oh no, we've been tricked. Run. The 2 masters of the Green Sky Race didn't expect the sudden appearance of the divine fiend Candle Dragon. They gave up chasing Mo Ba and fled into the valley. Roar, roar! The divine fiend Candle Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying sound shook the mountains within a few miles and hurt the souls of the 2 masters, slowing their reactions. The next moment, the divine fiend Candle Dragon threw out the blue long spear. It was filled with billions of pounds of power and pierced through the body of the second master of the Green Sky Race. What? You want to run away in front of me? The power gap between a Tao God and a Tao Master was like heaven and earth. The fiend god Candle Dragon took a light step forward and crossed thousands of meters, in an instant. He intercepted the last Heaven Master of the Green Sky clan, who was desperately trying to escape, and exploded his body with a punch, killing him instantly. Let's go into the valley and see if there's a chance. After the divine fiend Candle Dragon killed the 3 masters of the Green Sky race, Yi Qinfeng took away their belongings and the 3 precious Dao cores. He sent the divine fiend Candle Dragon and Mo Ba into the Qinquan realm. He controlled the illusion diagram to change his appearance and return to the valley again. At this moment, the ferocious human-faced spider had torn apart the last layer of the ancient array diagram and was engaged in an intense battle with Tianji Dao and the other 3 in the ancient palace. Although the human-faced spider had managed to tear open the formation diagram, it was still severely injured. The boundless saber, the supreme treasure of the eternal celestial palace, was still embedded in the spider's body, unleashing a terrifying amount of power that was constantly destroying its life force. Clear Sky Wheel, destroy! When Master Tianqing and Saint Master Jean controlled their half-transcending saint artifacts to suppress the human-faced spider, Tianji Dao spat out a mouthful of essence blood into the Clear Sky Wheel at all costs. He activated the Clear Sky Wheel's strongest attack and slammed it into the human-faced spider's head. With a series of painful screams, the human-faced spider's head was split open by the Azure Sky Wheel. A large amount of blood and venom splattered out. Kill it while it's down. After severely injuring the human-faced spider's head, Tianji Dao and the others ignored the exhaustion of their bodies and continued to use their most powerful inherited mystiques to attack the human-faced spider. They wanted to kill it in one go. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. An unimaginably powerful giant sword pierced through the air. It was filled with tens of billions of kilograms of power as it pierced towards Tianji Dao, who was the strongest. Not good. Tianji Dao did not expect the fiend god Torch Dragon to appear at this critical moment. He was furious and instinctively dodged to the side. But the moment he dodged, the human-faced spider, whose life was hanging by a thread, spat out a large amount of spider silk and attacked Tianji Dao, greatly limiting his ability to dodge the attack. The fiend god Torch Dragon did not waste this excellent opportunity. He threw out the half-transcending saint artifact Blue Spear once again and pierced it towards Tianji Dao, whose expression changed slightly. The Clear Sky Wheel was embedded in the human-faced spider's head. Tianji Dao could not retrieve it and could only rely on other treasures to block the attack of the Blue Spear. Bang! 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 A series of shattering sounds rang out. The Blue Spear, which was filled with over 50 billion points of power, pierced through one defensive treasure after another and pierced towards Tianji Dao like a hot knife through butter. Seeing that the spear was about to pierce through Tianji Dao's body, he summoned a simple and ordinary-looking metal block in front of him to block the fatal attack of the Blue Spear. Poof! Although the metal block blocked the Blue Spear, the 50 billion kilograms of power in the spear created a huge vibration force that transmitted into his arms and body. He was forced to retreat step by step. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not good. When Tianji Dao lost control of his body, the human-faced spider spat out a large number of poisonous stingers and attacked his body. In the situation where he lost control of his body, Tianji Dao could not dodge. He could only control the powerful saint power and the heaven-level Dao diagram to defend himself. However, the poisonous stingers spat out by the human-faced spider were extremely powerful. After a series of intensive attacks, several poisonous stingers pierced through the defense of the heaven-level Dao diagram and pierced Tianji Dao's right leg. Suddenly, Tianji Dao felt a terrible poison spread in his right leg. He was so frightened that he hurriedly controlled the creatures to suppress it and prevent the poison from spreading. Tianji Dao was injured and poisoned. The fiend god Torch Dragon immediately threw out the half-transcending saint artifact, three-legged cauldron, to suppress him. Sky escape! Tianji Dao did not expect to fail at the last moment. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him. He did not dare to stay for long. He took back the blue sky wheel, shook off the three-legged cauldron, and used the inherited escape method of the Green Sky clan to escape out of the valley. Purple lightning, destroy it! When Tianjidao was escaping, the fiend god Torch Dragon took out the lightning-shaped, half-transcending saint artifact that Yi Qinfeng had obtained in the second ancient palace and attacked him. Boom! Purple lightning blasted out. A huge lightning appeared in the entire space. The terrible lightning cut through the sky and attacked Tianjidao at a speed dozens of times faster than light. Shadow of the heavenly way. At the critical moment, Tianjidao transformed into several shadows and fled in different directions to avoid the attack of purple lightning. Rumble. The purple lightning struck one of the afterimages conjured by Tianjidao. Suddenly, thousands of extremely powerful purple lightning filled the broken void, destroying the entire space, shattering the other afterimages conjured by Tianjidao, and severely injuring his physical body. As his injuries worsened, Tianjidao burned his qi and blood at all costs and disappeared into the chaotic valley. As soon as Tianjidao fled, Vasmang and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They took back their inherited treasures and fled out of the valley like frightened birds. Soon, there was no one in the entire valley. The experts of the major forces were frightened by the fiend god Torch Dragon, and all fled the valley. Purple lightning, destroy it! As Vast Expanse and the others fled, the god-fiend Torch Dragon controlled the purple lightning to strike the human-faced spider, whose life force was already at its limit. It was making its final struggle, severely injuring it. Boom! 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 After 3 fierce attacks, the huge body of the human-faced ghost spider was shattered by the purple lightning that tore through the void. It fell heavily into a pool of blood and died. Universe Mirror, collect! When the god-fiend Torch Dragon attacked the human-faced spider, Yi Qinfeng appeared and controlled the cosmic mirror to store the human-faced spider's incomparably precious corpse into the cosmic mirror. Junior, this treasure is truly terrifying. Even with this god strength, I feel exhausted after using it 5 times in a row. If an ordinary person uses this treasure, it is extremely likely that this treasure will instantly drain all of their energy. The god-fiend Candle Dragon said solemnly as he returned the violet lightning and the other half transcending Heaven Saint artifacts to Yi Qinfeng. Don't worry, Senior. I will be careful when using this treasure. Yi Qinfeng stored purple lightning and the other treasures in his body and teleported the fiend god Torch Dragon into the universe mirror. His body flashed and appeared outside the ancient palace, shrouded by the seal. Using Xue Yishuan's blood, he broke through the seal and entered the ancient palace. P.S. Yi Qinfeng's picture. If you want to see it, please add us on WeChat. Y1TY83. Chapter 1619. I wonder what kind of treasure is in this ancient palace. Yi Qinfeng pushed open the heavy palace doors and walked in. He saw that there was only a ball of restriction light in the ancient palace. Is this a true transcendent saint artifact sealed in this ball of restriction light? Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He borrowed another drop of Xue Yishuan's blood and fused it into the ball of restriction light, forcefully breaking open the restriction light. He discovered that what was sealed in the ball of restriction light was not a transcendent saint artifact, but a dark golden lotus flower that emitted a hazy light. The chaotic lotus flower. This is the legendary chaotic lotus flower. Staring at the lotus flower, the God-Eater brain quickly deduced the truth of the lotus flower. The chaotic lotus flower was a top divine item in the world. Legend had it that it was born when the world was created. It contained the power of primordial chaos. Even in the void god world, it was a top divine item. Its value was immeasurable. Collect! Yi Qinfeng's hands quickly twisted. He controlled the 5 elements diagram and condensed a powerful light seal. He wanted to forcefully imprison the chaotic lotus flower. Suddenly, the chaotic lotus flower emitted a hazy light, instantly shattering Yi Qinfeng's light seal. As expected, this chaotic lotus flower isn't that easy to subdue. Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. He summoned his life treasure, the Chaos Divine Wood, and tried to use it to subdue the Chaos Divine Wood. Buzz! 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 Sensing the existence of the chaotic divine wood, the chaotic lotus flower's hazy light became even more intense. It attacked the chaotic divine wood, preventing it from approaching. Whoosh! 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 After being attacked by the chaotic lotus flower, the chaotic divine wood immediately shook its treetop and emitted a large amount of five-colored light. It attacked the chaotic lotus flower and began an intense battle with it. Three-legged cauldron, suppress! In order for the chaotic divine wood to successfully devour the chaotic lotus flower and complete its transformation, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial blood and summoned the half-transcendent saint artifact, the three-legged cauldron, to suppress the chaotic lotus flower. Under the suppression of the cauldron, the hazy light released by the chaos lotus flower was gradually suppressed. The Chaos Divine Wood's chaos force attacked the Chaos Lotus Flower again and again, weakening its power. After Yi Qinfeng deduced the Tao will to the extreme and continuously poured golden Tao energy into the three-legged cauldron to suppress the Chaos Lotus Flower for more than 2 hours, the five-colored roots of a Chaos Divine Wood successfully took root in the Chaos Lotus Flower and started to devour it. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, the chaotic divine would had undergone a transformation. Its power had surpassed the limits of a true spirit saint artifact, making it comparable to a true lower transcendent saint artifact. Golden Sword Soul, slash! As the chaos divine would madly devoured the chaos lotus flower and continued to complete its transformation, Yi Qinfeng summoned his golden sword soul and slashed at the chaos lotus flower. He forcefully cut off 6 incomparably precious petals and stored them in the universe mirror. At the same time, Empyrean Zenith, Boundless Expanse, and the others who had fled from the valley were reunited. After consuming several incomparably precious antidotes, Empyrean Zenith forced the poison out of his leg bit by bit. However, the anger in his heart could not be dispelled. As the leader of the Qing Tian clan, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had been robbed of food from the tiger's mouth time and time again. Palace Master Tsang, esteemed Tianqing, Saint Master Jean, have you seen that god demon in the Nihility Zone? Empyrean Zenith asked coldly. No, the god demon has not appeared in the Nihility Zone for a long time. Boundless Expanse shook his head. Then where did this god demon come from? Empyrean Zenith asked angrily. I think this god demon should be related to the Misty Heaven sect. Boundless Expanse said after pondering for a moment. The Misty Heaven sect? How could such a weak force have the help of a god demon? Empyrean Zenith said disdainfully. Perhaps this god demon was sealed in this secret realm. When we opened the seal and entered this place, we just happened to help him unseal it. Boundless Expanse analyzed. Yes, I also feel that this god demon has always been in this secret realm. Otherwise, why would he always appear at the crucial moment and steal the treasures that should belong to us? Esteemed Tian Qing nodded and said, Qing Tian clan leader, that god demon's strength is terrifying. Now that he has taken all the opportunities in the 3 ancient palaces, his strength might increase even further. If we want to take back the opportunities from him, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Boundless Expanse said with a frown. Don't worry, that god demon will definitely die. Empyrean Zenith said in a low voice. The old leader of the Qing Tian clan is already on his way back. As long as he arrives, he will definitely be able to kill that god demon and take back the opportunities that should belong to us. Empyrean Zenith said coldly. Time passed day by day. After nearly 10 days of devouring, the Chaos Divine would finally devour the spirituality of the entire Chaos Lotus Flower. Because the Chaos Lotus Flower was born at the beginning of the chaos, the flower contained powerful chaos energy. After the Chaos Divine would devoured it, a slowly beating tree heart appeared in the tree. Tree heart, the Chaos Divine would has formed a tree heart. Although the tree heart formed by the Chaos Divine wood was still very weak, the appearance of the tree heart caused the Chaos Divine wood to undergo a qualitative change. Its power had also reached a level that Yi Qinfeng had never come into contact with before. The rewards from this mystic realm are too great. The Chaos Divine would has formed a tree heart. It shouldn't be too far from reaching the great completion stage. Yi Qinfeng's heart stirred as he kept the Chaos Divine wood back into his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz! When the Chaos Divine wood took root in Yi Qinfeng's heart meridian, it immediately released pure energy into Yi Qinfeng's body, pushing Yi Qinfeng's strength to rise steadily. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Qinfeng reached the limit of a 5-star Tao Emperor. Cracks started to appear on the extremely tough bottleneck. Break, 6-star Tao Emperor. With the help of the pure energy from the Chaos Divine wood, Yi Qinfeng broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the 6-star Tao Emperor realm. I broke through again. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect that he would break through to the 6-star Tao Emperor realm so quickly after breaking through to the 5-star Tao Emperor realm. This was enough to show how precious this Chaos Void Lotus Flower was. After stabilizing his cultivation, Yi Qinfeng silently left the ancient palace. He hid in the mystic realm and returned to the universe realm. Senior, these 2 petals are for you. They might be useful for your injuries. The God-fiend Torch Dragon's injuries were very serious. After fighting continuously, his injuries had worsened. In order to prevent his injuries from worsening, Yi Qinfeng gave him 2 extremely precious Chaos Void Lotus Flower petals. Chaos Void Lotus Flower petals. The God-fiend Torch Dragon had lived for tens of millions of years. He immediately recognized the 2 petals. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 Chaos Void Lotus Flower petals into his stomach. He refined the 2 petals while he was in a deep sleep to stabilize his injuries. Sensing that the God-fiend Torch Dragon's injuries were slowly stabilizing, Yi Qinfeng was relieved. He left the universe realm and searched for other opportunities in the ethereal mystic realm. However, Yi Qinfeng and the experts from the various factions searched the entire mystic realm. They didn't find the 4th ancient palace. Just as Yi Qinfeng was bitterly searching for the most precious sword principle in the secret realm, someone discovered a sword wall carved with a large number of sword runes in the depths of the secret realm. This attracted the experts of the various major powers to the sword wall. Sword wall, the God-Eater brain, which was rapidly making deductions, caught this information by chance. Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed. He had a feeling that the sword Tao general outline that he was bitterly searching for might be related to this sword wall. He summoned his sword wings and rushed over with extreme speed. Chapter 1620. My God, what a terrifying sword Tao Qi! What kind of great figure left behind this sword wall? How can it be so terrifying? I wonder if this sword wall can be comprehended? I feel that the sword Tao conception contained in this sword wall is extraordinary. If one can comprehend it, it will definitely be a great opportunity. Many experts from the major powers came to the sword wall. They were deeply shocked by the several hundred feet tall sword wall that was engraved with ancient sword Tao patterns. There were even some who sat directly under the sword wall and tried to comprehend the Tao intent contained within the sword wall. However, when they released powerful soul power to penetrate the sword wall, they felt their souls tremble. It was as if thousands of swords were piercing through their souls. They were so scared that they turned pale and gave up on comprehending it. Sword wall, I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing in this secret realm. Tian Jidao heard the news and rushed over. He was deeply attracted by this mysterious sword wall. Although the sword wall in front of him was not a heavenly saint tool, when Tianjidao looked at this sword wall, he felt that the sword wall was comparable to a heavenly saint tool. If he could move this sword wall and put it in the Azure Sky clan, this sword wall would definitely be the most precious treasure of the Azure Sky clan. Hand of heaven, rise for me! Tianji Dao leaped high into the air, and his heavenly Dao diagram merged with his saint power. It transformed into a giant hand that seemed to cover the sky and earth. It grabbed the sword wall that was dozens of feet high. It was engraved with ancient patterns, and it wanted to take it for itself. Ka ka ka! The moment the giant hand grabbed the sword wall, a large number of sword Dao runes gushed out of the sword wall and attacked the giant hand at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying sword power forcibly shattered the giant hand formed by the heavenly Ji Dao. In the next moment, the ancient runes on the sword wall seemed to come alive and turned into invincible divine swords that slashed towards Tianjidao. Seal of Heaven. Tianjidao quickly formed seals with his hands, causing the surrounding heavenly power to surge and turn into a powerful seal of light. It bombarded the invincible divine swords formed by the sword wall and forcibly shattered them. When heavenly Dao relied on his absolute strength to forcefully break through the sword wall's attack, a white light that was as refined as the Milky Way gushed out from the sword wall, transforming into a giant sword that was dozens of feet long. The terrifying sword light was unparalleled, shocking the world. What great power! Sensing that the space in front of him could not withstand the attack of the sword and was cracking continuously, Tianji Dao's expression changed slightly. He summoned a top-grade true spirit saint artifact and held it in his hand, defending with all his strength. Firmament sword. With a slash of his sword, the power of the will of the way within Tianji Dao's body reached the pinnacle. A shocking sword ray with the power of the heavens ruthlessly pierced the invincible giant sword transformed from the sword wall. Kacha, kacha! The two divine swords slashed together, and the resulting power continued to shake and crack the space. The terrifying power shook the surrounding crowd and forced them to retreat. There were even many disciples who were not strong enough, and their faces turned ashen as they collapsed to the ground. When Tianji Dao used the firmament sword to forcefully block the second sword formed by the sword wall, an even more powerful sword light descended from the sky like a mountain of swords. It slashed towards Tianji Dao at an extremely fast speed. Clear sky wheel. Tianji Dao felt that the power of this sword was dozens of times stronger than the second sword. He didn't dare to be careless. He decisively summoned the blue sky wheel, a low-grade, transcendent divine artifact, to block in front of him and take the attack head-on. Boom, boom, boom. When the sword mountain slashed on the blue sky wheel in front of Tianji Dao, it immediately produced a terrifying, explosive power. Tianji Dao's body trembled slightly and he kept retreating. Before Tianji Dao had a chance to take a breath, the sword wall evolved another powerful sword mountain and slashed at Tianji Dao, forcing him to give up the head-on confrontation and retreat awkwardly. Boom! The moment Tianji Dao dodged, the place where he had just been was full of cracks, and the ground within a radius of 1 mile was even cracked. The terrifying aura scared the crowd, and they all retreated thousands of meters. No one dared to approach this terrifying sword steel. Patriarch, are you all right? Looking at Tianji Dao, who was retreating with blood at the corner of his mouth, several masters of the Green Sky clan immediately flew over and asked with concern. I'm fine. Tianji Dao wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and stared at the sword wall gloomily, showing annoyance. He didn't expect the sword wall to be so powerful. With his strength of 1-star divine realm, not only could he not shake the sword steel, but he was also repelled by the sword principle evolved by the sword steel. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Tianji Dao stared at the sword wall and thought of a way to subdue it, a sword cultivation genius from the 9 Clearances Mountain suddenly heard the sound of a sword chime. The next moment, he took the risk to approach the sword wall. Resonance. This guy can actually resonate with the sword wall. Seeing that this sword cultivation genius from the 9 Clearances Mountain was not attacked by the sword wall, but resonated with the sword wall, many people were shocked, and some people even showed envy. Buzz, buzz. Just as the sword cultivation genius from the 9 Clearances Mountain walked to the sword wall, sat on the ground, and comprehended the sword wall, several sword cultivation geniuses from various forces in the Qingyun realm resonated with the sword wall, walked to the sword wall boldly, and comprehended the sword meaning contained in the sword wall. Whoosh! Looking at the sword cultivation geniuses sitting cross-legged under the sword wall, Tian Jidao frowned slightly. Using the same method, he unleashed the sword principle concept that he had comprehended to the extreme, and soon resonated with the sword wall. He wasn't attacked by the sword wall again, and slowly walked to the sword wall. As everyone comprehended, the ancient patterns carved on the sword wall seemed to come alive, and released sword light, which constantly merged into the bodies of the sword cultivation geniuses. When these sword Dao geniuses fused with the power of the sword wall, some revealed excited expressions, some frowned, and some revealed pained expressions. From the expressions of the disciples, it was easy to tell who had a deeper understanding of the sword Dao, because Tian Jidao's understanding of the sword principle was the deepest when he comprehended the sword wall. The sword patterns on the sword wall merged into his body the most, and he benefited greatly. Just as the heavenly path occupied about 70% of the falling sword veins, an ordinary-looking man in a white robe appeared under the sword wall. And this person was Yi Qinfeng, who had used the illusion Dao insight to transform his appearance. Looking at Tian Jidao from afar, Yi Qinfeng slowly closed his eyes and controlled the god-devouring brain to quickly deduce, releasing a powerful soul power into the sword wall. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light shone from Yi Qinfeng's soul sea, and the golden sword soul slowly appeared, floating above his head and resonating with the sword wall. Under the guidance of the golden sword soul, the sword patterns that should have flowed into Tian Jidao's body immediately rushed to the golden sword soul, and suddenly Tian Jidao, who had comprehended the sword wall, was awakened. Damn it, you're courting death. The process of comprehending the sword wall allowed Tian Jidao to deeply understand the profoundness of the sword wall. He had a feeling that if he continued to merge with the sword patterns on the sword wall, his understanding of the sword principle would reach a higher level. But now, at the critical moment, he was disrupted by Yi Qinfeng. This made him very angry, and he immediately pointed at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to kill Yi Qinfeng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment Tian Jidao attacked Yi Qinfeng, a large number of invincible divine swords once again evolved from the sword wall. While shattering Tian Jidao's attack, they slashed at him, forcing him to retreat repeatedly in a rather embarrassing manner. And Yi Qinfeng turned a deaf ear to all of this. He was completely immersed in the process of comprehending the sword wall, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 16:21. F***CK, who is that brat? Does anyone know him? Tian Jidao glared at Yi Qinfeng, who had ruined his plans. He wanted nothing more than to cut Yi Qinfeng into pieces. I don't know him. In the vast expanse, esteemed Tianqing and the others shook their heads. Brat, you dare to disturb my cultivation? When you finish comprehending the sword wall, it will be the time of your death. Tian Jidao looked at Yi Qinfeng viciously as he gritted his teeth and swore in his heart. After a simple adjustment, Tian Jidao quickly deduced the profound sword Dao. He walked back to the sword wall and continued to comprehend it. However, because of the existence of the golden sword soul, Tian Jidao could no longer fuse the sword Dao runes like before. At this moment, only 1/10 of the sword Dao runes had fused into his body. As for the other sword Dao geniuses, they didn't even have 1/10 of the sword Dao runes. Almost 80% of the sword Dao runes had been fused into the golden sword soul. This made Tian Jidao and the others furious, but there was nothing they could do. PFFF. Just as a sword Dao genius was distracted and cursing Yi Qin Feng in his sword heart was suddenly broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fainted on the spot. As time went on, a thin layer of white light appeared on the surface of the golden sword soul that had fused with a large number of swordway inscriptions. The power in the sword soul rapidly increased, showing signs of metamorphosis. If the golden sword soul transformed further, it would become an even more terrifying heaven sword soul. Its power would be comparable to a transcendent saint artifact. What is that place? Just as Yi Qin Feng was controlling the God-Eater brain to deduce and comprehend the sword wall, he faintly felt a mysterious space appear in the sword wall. However, this space was very floating, and the God-Eater brain couldn't capture it. God-Eater brain, speed up the deduction. Yi Qin Feng took a deep breath and pushed the God-Eater brain's deduction ability to the limit. It focused on the sword wall and tried to capture the floating space gate in the sword wall. Under the God-Eater brain's tens of thousands of deductions per second, Yi Qin Feng gradually captured the space gate. Through the space gate, he could faintly sense a new space. Could it be that there is a hidden space within this sword wall? The sword Dao outline that I'm looking for is in this space. Thinking of this possibility, Yi Qin Feng tried to lock onto the space gate. However, although he could sense the gate, he could not lock onto it. Helpless, he could only continue to comprehend the sword wall and control the God-Eater brain to lock onto it again and again. Golden sword soul, break! Yi Qin Feng didn't know how many times he had failed, but he persisted and locked onto the floating gate nearly 10,000 times. Finally, he locked onto the floating gate. In the next moment, Yi Qin Feng controlled the golden sword soul, which was constantly transforming, to escape into a special trajectory and attack the gate at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! After being attacked by the golden sword soul, a crack appeared on the mysterious space gate. Yi Qin Feng could clearly sense the teleportation power coming from the space gate. Sword wall, spatial transmission. Yi Qin Feng quickly deduced the God-Eater brain and controlled it to guide the teleportation power from the gate into his body. Buzz! A large amount of white light shone out of the sword wall and enveloped Yi Qin Feng. Then, under the gaze of many pairs of dazed eyes, Yi Qin Feng mysteriously disappeared under the sword wall. Where is he? Where is that kid? Seeing Yi Qin Feng mysteriously disappear, Tian Jidao's eyes widened and his face revealed his annoyance. He had a feeling that Yi Qin Feng should have discovered the secret of the sword wall and entered it. If Yi Qin Feng hadn't been there, Tian Jidao believed that the opportunity in the sword wall would have been his. Just as Tian Jizhao was enraged, the golden sword inscriptions on the sword wall gradually dimmed, and the sword inscriptions stopped descending. Seal this place. I want that kid to be unable to escape, even if he has wings. Tian Jidao roared angrily. Where is this place? Yi Qin Feng passed through the gate and found himself in an ancient hall. The stone pillars emitted a mottled aura. In the center of the hall, there were 108 divine swords circling around. In the center of the divine swords, there was a simple and unadorned stone sword that was 3 meters tall. Although this stone sword looked ordinary, Yi Qin Feng felt his soul tremble when he looked at it. He had a feeling that this stone sword wanted to kill him. Even if he hid in the universe realm, it would be useless. Junior, are you not a disciple of the ethereal heaven sect? As Yi Qin Feng sized up this terrifying stone sword, a deep voice sounded in his ears. Junior is a disciple of the ethereal heaven sect. Yi Qin Feng reported as he slowly circulated the ethereal sword codex. Ethereal sword codex? I didn't expect that the sword codex that I passed down in the past would finally have an owner. The deep voice sounded again. Senior, I believe you are the guardian of the sword principle, general principles. Yi Qin Feng took a deep breath and said, Oh, you actually know about the sword principle, general principles. The deep voice sounded surprised. Where did you learn about the sword principle, general principles? Junior learned about the existence of the sword principle, general principles, from my father, Yi Qinfeng said truthfully. As soon as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, a sword light suddenly shot out from the stone sword and pierced towards Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was unable to dodge the sudden attack of the stone sword. He could only stand there in silence and allow the sword light to pierce into his body. Wow! The moment this terrifying sword light pierced into Yi Qinfeng's body, the chaos divine would swayed for a moment. The terrifying chaos force forcefully shattered the sword light that pierced into Yi Qinfeng's body. What treasure do you have in your body? The deep voice asked in surprise. Senior, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Also, I can promise you that if Junior obtains the sword principle, general principles, and improves my strength to the extreme one day, Junior will definitely make the ethereal heaven sect the #1 force in the nihility zone. Yi Qinfeng changed the topic. Seems like you have a lot of secrets. The deep voice said, however, it is not easy to obtain the sword principle, general principles. You must pass my test, but if you fail, you'll die here. Junior is willing to accept the test, Yi Qinfeng said resolutely. Junior, I see that you have cultivated the gold sword soul. My test for you is to cultivate the gold sword soul to the heaven sword soul within a month. If you cannot do so, I will take your life. The deep voice said, Is there a sword principle essence that can be comprehended here? Yi Qinfeng asked. Yes, in this month, you can comprehend the sword principle contained in the stone sword and transform your sword soul. The deep voice said, Junior, can I start now? When he had just comprehended the sword wall outside, his gold sword soul had already begun to transform into a heaven sword soul. The sword principle in the stone sword was even more profound. Yi Qinfeng believed that he could definitely cultivate his sword soul to the heaven sword soul realm within a month. Yes, good luck. After that, the deep voice disappeared. Streaks of mysterious sword patterns appeared on the surface of the stone sword. Staring at the sword patterns on the surface of the stone sword, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and sat cross-legged under the stone sword. He closed his eyes and controlled the God-Eater brain to comprehend. Chapter 16:22. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce at an extremely fast speed. When he released his powerful soul energy into the stone sword, he suddenly felt a powerful Tao insight surge into his sea of soul, and it shook his soul to the point it trembled. Strands of blood flowed out from his 7 apertures. God-Eater brain, suppress the soul. Enduring the pain in his soul, Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to suppress the power of Tao rushing into his sea of soul. He quickly comprehended the Tao of the stone sword. The God-Eater brain had evolved again and again, and its deduction ability was constantly improving. In addition, Yi Qinfeng had comprehended the heaven-level origin Tao tablet not long ago. It was not difficult for him to comprehend the Tao of the stone sword. After the God-devouring brain's rapid deduction, Yi Qinfeng's understanding of the stone sword's Tao grew deeper and deeper. The white light emitted by the golden sword soul grew deeper and deeper. The golden sword soul continued to transform into a heaven sword soul. Soon, half a month had passed. Damn, it's been half a month. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Could he have died in there? That's very possible. With that kid's strength, how could he have gotten the rare opportunity in the sword wall? Maybe he's already been beheaded. The experts of the various factions had been waiting outside the sword wall for half a month. They gradually became impatient and guessed that Yi Qinfeng had met with misfortune. However, Tian Jidao's face became gloomier and gloomier. For some reason, he had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng, who had mysteriously entered the sword wall, was not simple. He could not wait endlessly. He had to find a way to enter the sword wall and seize the rare opportunity that was supposed to belong to him. Overseer Tsang, Guru Tianqing, Sage Leader Jin, can we join forces to attack this sword wall? As long as the three of you agree. When the old patriarch kills that fiend god, I'm willing to give each of you a semi-transcendent saint artifact. When he thought about how terrifying this sword wall was, Heaven-bound Taoist had no choice but to ask the vast expanse trio for help. Okay, it's a deal. The eyes of the three of them lit up. In their opinion, if the old clan leader of the Qing Sky clan came, the demon would be useless no matter how powerful he was. Let's go. Tianji Dao roared as he summoned the Azure Sky Wheel, infusing it with boundless saint power and heaven-level will of the way. He controlled the Azure Sky Wheel to continuously expand and attack the sword wall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After being attacked by the wheel, the sword runes on the surface of the sword wall seemed to come to life. They turned into unstoppable divine swords that slashed through the sky, the void, and everything. They attacked the Azure Sky Wheel, shattering its attack. Boundless Expanse Blade. By Jean. Saint Golden Stone. As heaven-reaching Tao attacked, the vast expanses group of three summoned their semi-transcendent sage items and used them to attack the sword wall. They did everything they could to shatter the invincible swords and destroy the sword wall. However, the fearsomeness of the sword wall was beyond the imagination of Tianji Dao and the others. The four of them attacked with all their might, but they were unable to suppress the attacks of the sword wall. Gradually, the consumption of the four of them became greater and greater. In the end, an earth-shattering sword mountain broke through the sword wall with endless destructive power and slashed towards the four of them. Although Tianji Dao had managed to block Jian Shan's destructive attack with the help of the Blue Sky Wheel, the power of this attack was simply too great. The three of them had consumed a great deal of energy and were sent flying by the terrifying aftershocks, crashing into the distant forest. Damn it, how can the sword wall be so powerful? Heaven-reaching Dao could not believe that the four of them were still injured by the sword wall. He was more and more eager for the opportunity hidden in the sword wall. How can we break the sword wall, enter it, and take away the opportunity? Heaven-reaching Dao healed himself as he tried to think of a way. Soon, more than 10 days passed. When it was almost a month's time, Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged under the stone sword, suddenly opened his eyes. The sword soul that was enveloped by a layer of white light was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. It broke through the white light and turned into a heaven-ranked sword soul. Senior, I have cultivated my sword soul to heaven rank within the time limit. I should have passed the test, right? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said to the invincible stone sword, Junior, you are really not bad. The deep voice could not help but praise. You should know that the difficulty of my test is extremely high, but you have easily completed it. It seems that you are indeed qualified to inherit the general principles of Sword Tao. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinfeng was delighted. Don't be happy yet. Before I impart the general principles of Sword Tao to you, you have to help me drive away the flies outside. You can't let them continue to disturb me. The deep voice said, Senior, this junior is only a level 6 Tao Emperor, but there are 1-star heavenly gods outside. With this junior strength, I am not their match. Yi Qinfeng said with difficulty, No problem, I will lend you my strength. As it spoke, the 108 divine swords that surrounded the stone sword and were inserted into the ground trembled. They were pulled out of the ground and flew around Yi Qinfeng. In the next moment, the stone sword broke, revealing a fiery red sword soul. Saint-ranked sword soul. The heaven-tier sword soul was white in color, while the saint-tier sword soul was red in color. Looking at the red sword soul that appeared before his eyes, Yi Qinfeng immediately recognized that this was the legendary saint-tier sword soul that contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Junior, lend me your arm. As it spoke, the saint-ranked sword soul merged into Yi Qinfeng's arm. It controlled the 108 divine swords to wrap around Yi Qinfeng, leaving the sword wall space and appearing outside. You are finally willing to come out. Seeing the sudden appearance of Yi Qinfeng, who was surrounded by divine swords, Tian Jidao revealed a sinister expression. He immediately controlled the clear sky wheel to attack Yi Qinfeng. Slash! Yi Qinfeng waved his right arm. Endless red light gushed out of his right arm and turned into an invincible sword. It was like an axe that could split open the sky. With one slash, it sent the clear sky wheel flying and slashed towards Tian Jidao, whose expression changed drastically. At this critical moment, Tian Jidao increased his speed to the maximum and instantly made a wide horizontal movement, dodging the red sword light attack. Palace Mastered Song, Master Tianqing, Saint Master Jean, help me. Tian Jidao could not imagine that Yi Qinfeng would be so powerful after leaving the sword wall space. He immediately asked the three for help. All right, the three of them looked at each other and controlled their half-transcendent sacred weapons to attack Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to work together to kill him and obtain his secrets. Swish, swish, swish. As the three of them attacked, the 108 Qinkuan swords around Yi Qinfeng quickly revolved, blocking their attacks and preventing them from hurting Yi Qinfeng. Die! Yi Qinfeng raised his right arm, and the terrifying Saint Sword spirit once again exploded with world-destroying power. A sword light that cut through the entire space appeared, bringing with it the power to destroy everything as it slashed towards Vast Expanse's trio. Not good. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's red sword light coming towards them, the three of them immediately controlled their half-transcendent sacred weapons to defend. Tian Jidao took this opportunity to spit a mouthful of essence blood into the clear sky wheel, activating the wheel's strongest attack and attacking Yi Qinfeng. Heaven Sword Soul Break! A blinding white light shot out of Yi Qinfeng's Sea of Soul. The newly evolved Heaven Sword Soul flew out and slashed at the clear sky wheel, delaying its attack. Puff, puff, puff! The Heaven Sword Soul forcibly delayed the clear sky wheel for a moment. The three of them were sent flying by the power of the Saint Sword Soul, leaving behind a large cloud of blood in the air. Primal Chaos Divine would suppress the white bell. Seeing that the heavily injured Tianqing was unable to retrieve the half-transcendent sacred weapon white bell in time, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Primal Chaos Divine would to suppress the white bell. After devouring the Chaos Lotus Flower, the Primal Chaos Divine would had transformed to an unimaginable level. It easily suppressed the half-transcendent sacred weapon white bell, preventing Tianqing from retrieving it. Slash! Yi Qinfeng flew up and used his hand as a sword. He continuously slashed out red sword lights at Tian Jidao and the experts from the Azure Sky Clan. Although the Azure Sky Clan experts who could survive in the secret realm were all Heaven Masters, they could not withstand the attacks of the Saint Sword Soul. Under Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks, the experts from the Azure Sky Clan were constantly killed. Tian Jidao was also heavily injured by the Saint Sword Soul. Retreat. When Tian Jidao, holding the blue sky wheel, took the fatal blow of the sacred level sword soul head-on and spurted out a large amount of blood, he was sent flying several thousand meters away. He had the thought of retreating. He glanced at Yi Qinfeng unwillingly, then took the remaining 3 warriors of the Blue Sky Clan and ran away. When Tian Jidao and the others fled, the experts from the Eternal Heaven Palace, 9 Clearances Mountain, and Heavenly Path Holy Land who were hiding in the distance did not dare to stay any longer. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's go back. The Saint Sword Soul did not start a massacre. It controlled the 108 swords and brought Yi Qinfeng and the White Bell back to the sword wall. Chapter 16, 23. Senior, why didn't you kill all of those invaders? Yi Qinfeng was confident that he could kill Tian Jidao and the others after seeing how powerful the Sword Soul was. It's easy to kill them, but the Ethereal Heaven sect can't bear the consequences. The Sword Soul said, You should know that the Green Sky Clan is backed by the Heavenly Royal Clan, one of the overlords in the Void God realm. If you kill the Green Sky Clan leader, the Heavenly Royal Clan will be furious. The Eternal Heaven Palace, 9 Clearances Mountain, and the Heavenly Path Holy Land are the inheritances of the human tribe. It's not good for the human tribe to hurt them. Well, Junior, it's quiet outside. No one will disturb you for a while. You can comprehend the sword principle general outline without worry. Senior, can't I take the sword principle general outline away? Yi Qinfeng asked. No, you're not that person's descendant. You can only comprehend the sword principle general outline. You can't take it away. The sword soul said, how much you can comprehend depends on your talent. Senior, how much time do I have to comprehend it? Yi Qinfeng asked. 1 year. You have 1 year to comprehend it. The sword soul said, after 1 year, no matter how much you comprehend, you can't continue to comprehend it. With that, a mysterious ancient book appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. The ancient book was filled with the power of the sword principle, which frightened Yi Qinfeng. This ancient book was the sword principle general outline that Yi Qinfeng had been searching for. Legend had it that the sword principle general outline was all-encompassing. It contained a large number of profound sword moves and the secrets of the sword principle that people dreamed of. If one could comprehend it, it would greatly improve one's comprehension of the sword principle. Phew! After adjusting his internal breath, Yi Qinfeng sat cross-legged under the sword principle general outline. He controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce quickly and penetrate it into the sword principle general outline to comprehend it quickly. So many sword moves. When Yi Qinfeng's soul spirit entered the sword Dao outline, he realized that the sword Dao outline contained a large number of profound sword moves. The power of each sword move was unimaginably great. However, Yi Qinfeng only had 1 year to comprehend it. He was prepared to comprehend the most powerful sword move in the sword Dao general outline. He would then comprehend the sword Dao general outline's understanding of the sword Dao and deepen his own understanding of the sword Dao. Which sword move is more powerful? Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce and search for the most powerful sword move in the sword principle. After several days of searching, he found a sword move called Soulless Sword in the sword principle outline. Sword Soulless Sword move's name is such a domineering name. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-engulfing brain and quickly browsed through the God-engulfing brain's cultivation method. Although the sword principle general outline did not introduce the level of Sword Soulless Sword, Yi Qinfeng had a feeling that this move was extremely powerful. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely become his trump card. After making up his mind, Yi Qinfeng removed all distracting thoughts and controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce quickly. He wanted to comprehend the Sword Soulless Sword move's charm. At the same time, the masters of the various forces who had escaped from the sword wall had gathered together. Damn it! Do any of you know that person? Tian Jidao could not accept this fact and roared angrily. No. As Yi Qinfeng controlled the illusory Dao insight to transform his appearance, his face was extremely unfamiliar, and no one could recognize his identity. Clan leader Qing Tian, what should we do now? That person's strength is too terrifying. With our strength, we are definitely no match for him. Thinking of the battle prowess that Yi Qinfeng had just displayed, Songmang frowned and said, he had never thought that entering the ethereal mystery realm this time, not only did they not obtain any great opportunities, they almost died here. However, Tianqing was even more sullen and angry because the 9 Clarity Mountain sect's treasure, the White Bell, had been taken away by Yi Qinfeng. He could not bear such a loss at all. Do you think that person is related to the divine demon? Saint Lord Jean of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Land pondered and said, yes, that person should be related to the divine demon. Tian Jidao nodded and said, as for the combat strength that he had just displayed, It definitely did not belong to him. He should have used a special method to borrow the power of the sword wall. Let's leave the ethereal mystery realm and seal the entrance outside. We will wait for the clan leader of the Azure Sky clan to come and kill them. Tianji Dao felt that the situation was completely out of control, so he decisively wanted to leave. In his opinion, as long as he killed Yi Qinfeng and the divine demon and obtained the secrets in the sword wall and the treasures that the divine demon had taken away, it was enough. The other hidden opportunities in the secret realm were not attractive to him. Although Tsangmang and the others wanted to continue exploring the ethereal mystery realm, when they thought of the terrifying divine demon, they had no choice but to give up on the idea and follow Tianji Dao out of the ethereal mystery realm. After this battle, the various superpowers had suffered heavy losses, especially the Azure Sky clan, which only had 3 heavenly masters left. The others had all died in the secret realm. As for the eternal heavenly palace, 9 Clarity Mountain, and the heavenly Dao sacred land, they had also suffered heavy losses. The 9 Clarity Mountain had even lost their sex treasure, the White Bell, which greatly reduced their overall strength. As the various superpowers left the ethereal mystery realm, the entire place gradually quieted down. However, the outside of the ethereal mystery realm was in chaos, but Yu Xian and the others had already thought of a way to deal with it. They did not mention Yi Qinfeng and cooperated with the various superpowers experts, so that the various superpowers could not vent their anger on them. Just as the outside of the ethereal mystery realm was completely sealed off by the various superpowers, several terrifying auras appeared in the sky above the ethereal heaven sect. After receiving Tianji Dao's request, the old patriarch of the Azure Sky clan, who was a 2-star heavenly god, arrived at the ethereal heaven sect with several Azure Sky clan experts who had 1 foot in the heavenly god realm. They stood guard outside the ethereal mystery realm, waiting for Yi Qinfeng and the divine demon. Yi Qinfeng was completely unaware of the danger that was waiting for him. At this moment, he was completely immersed in practicing the one-sword, soulless sword, controlling the God-Eater brain to simulate it again and again. After countless simulations with the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng gradually grasped the magic of this move, but he still needed some time to fully master it. But at this time, there were still more than 2 months left before the 1-year deadline. Soon, another month had passed. Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. 2 rays of sword light shot out from his deep eyes as if they were solid. In the next moment, he jumped up high, and the heaven-level sword soul flew out of his body and merged with the Tao diagram that he had comprehended. One sword, soulless sword. A black sword shadow shot up into the sky, and the terrifying sword power seemed to split the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were dark, and all the light was swallowed by the black sword light. It was as if there was only this invincible divine sword left in the world. Qi. The ancient temple in the distance was attacked by Yi Qinfeng's one-sword soulless sword, and the restriction that enveloped the ancient temple was immediately split open. The terrifying sword power directly pierced through the ancient temple, and the powerful force caused the entire ancient temple to tremble. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have comprehended the most powerful sword move in the sword principle outline. Yi Qinfeng had almost exhausted all of his Tao power. After using one sword, soulless sword, he felt deeply exhausted. At this moment, the saint-level sword soul appeared and floated in front of Yi Qinfeng, praising him. "Senior, what level is this one sword, soulless sword at?" Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and asked. "There is no level to one sword, soulless sword, because the power of this move will continuously increase according to your comprehension of Tao intent." The saint-level sword soul said, "If you can increase the power of this move to the extreme, it will definitely not be inferior to a supreme ability." Supreme ability. Yi Qinfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. According to the God-Eater brain's memories, Yi Qinfeng knew that supreme ability could be said to be the most terrifying move in the universe. Its power far surpassed true spirit saint skills and heaven-piercing divine skills. Even in the void god world, it was extremely rare to see such a move. He finally understood why this move was called One Sword Soulless Sword. If he could really unleash the power of this move to the supreme ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a god. All right, Junior, you still have more than a month to comprehend it. Cherish this 1 month. When the time is up, I will take back the sword principle outline. The saint-level sword soul said. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and got rid of all distracting thoughts. Then he controlled the God-Eater brain to copy the sword Dao concept in the general outline of the sword Dao. Soon a year passed. Chapter 16:24. All right, Junior. Time's up. I'm going to take back the sword principle general outline. A year was up. The saint-level sword spirit retrieved the incomparably precious general outline of the way of the sword and floated in front of the unsatisfied Yi Qinfeng. Through the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng had memorized more than half of the sword principle's concept of sword principle. He believed that if he slowly comprehended it in the future, his understanding of sword principle would reach a higher level. He definitely had the chance to cultivate his heaven sword soul to saint sword soul. Junior, your talent is the best I've ever seen in my life. I believe that you will definitely reach the peak of martial Dao. When that time comes, I hope you can take care of the Misty Heaven sect. The sword spirit looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had comprehended the most powerful move of the sword principle general outline, and said slowly, Don't worry, Senior. I will make the Misty Heaven sect the strongest force in the Nihility Zone. Yi Qinfeng nodded and promised. Junior, before I send you away, I'll give you another opportunity. With that said, the Saint-grade Sword Soul summoned 3 restriction lights and said, You can take any one of these 3 restriction lights with you. Senior, I want the 108 swords. Can I have them? Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense the 3 restrictive lights. He did not choose one. Instead, he asked for the 108 swords stuck in the ground. You really know how to pick things. The sword spirit said, All right, I'll give you the 108 supreme true, saint, swords that my master left behind. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinfeng was secretly happy. He immediately squeezed out 108 drops of blood essence and dripped them on the swords. With the 108 supreme true saint swords, the power of the Cosmos sword formation would reach the level of a lower transcendent saint weapon. It would become another trump card of Yi Qinfeng. Junior, before I send you away, can you do me a favor? Give this Cosmos ring to the current Misty Heaven sect leader. The sword spirit said. No problem. Yi Qinfeng nodded and took the spatial ring. However, Senior, the Cyan Sky Clan, Eternal Heaven Palace, and the other superpowers have suffered great losses in the Misty Secret Realm. I'm afraid that they will seek revenge on the Misty Heaven sect in the future. I wonder if Senior can help us when the time comes. Don't worry, now that the Secret Realm is open, I can communicate with the outside world. If the Misty Heaven sect is really in trouble, I will suppress them with the sword wall. The saint-level sword soul promised. You, on the other hand, have to be extra careful after you leave the mystic realm. I feel that someone has sealed the space outside the mystic realm. I think they are all waiting for you to appear so that they can kill you and take your opportunity. Don't worry, Senior. They can't kill me. Yi Qinfeng said confidently. It's better to be careful, the saint-level sword soul said. Come, this was left behind by Master. I'll give it to you. Crush it, and you'll be able to teleport thousands of miles away in an instant. You'll be able to avoid their pursuit for a short period of time. With that said, the saint-level sword spirit gave Yi Qinfeng an extremely precious transmission array disc. All right, I'll send you out, the saint-level sword soul said. Wait, Senior. Yi Qinfeng suddenly shouted. Junior will send someone out. With that said, Yi Qinfeng summoned Xue Yishuan from the universe mirror. He handed over the universe ring that the saint-level sword spirit gave him to Xue Yishuan and said, "Senior Sister Xue, I'm afraid I won't be able to cultivate in the Misty Heaven sect from now on. This universe ring was given to me by this senior. Please give it to the sect leader for me." "Qingfeng, are those people trying to harm you?" Xue Yishuan asked nervously. "Don't worry, Senior Sister Xue. The people who can kill me haven't been born in this world yet. A mere Azure Sky clan won't be able to kill me." Yi Qinfeng smiled confidently and said, "I hope that the next time I see you, you'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord level. All right, I'll wait for you in the Misty Heaven sect. You must come back." Xue Yishuan gently bit her lips and suddenly threw herself into Yi Qinfeng's arms. She tightly hugged him and said softly, "I will." Yi Qinfeng nodded and promised. "Little girl, is your surname Xue?" The saint-level sword spirit secretly looked at Xue Yishuan and suddenly asked. "Senior is," hearing the saint-level sword spirit's voice. Xue Yishuan was like a frightened rabbit. She suddenly left Yi Qinfeng's arms and looked at the saint-level sword spirit from afar. "I'm just a sword spirit." The saint-level sword spirit said, "Little girl, if your surname is Xue, I can give you an opportunity. Junior is Xue Yishuan. I was right." Saying that, the saint-level sword spirit summoned the 3 restriction lights that Yi Qinfeng didn't choose and said, "For the sake of your ancestor, these 3 restriction lights, you can take one away." "Thank you, Senior." Xue Yishuan wasn't a shy person. After thanking the sword spirit, she looked at the 3 restriction lights. "Senior Sister, pick the second one." At this time, Yi Qinfeng's voice sounded in her ears. "Senior, Junior wants the second restriction light." Xue Yishuan trusted Yi Qinfeng very much and said, "Haha, you really are a lucky person. This second restriction light is the most precious." The saint-level sword spirit laughed and opened the restriction light, revealing a sword diagram with a large number of sword runes. "This is the million sword diagram left behind by our master. There are 10,000 sword runes carved by our master. When all 10,000 sword runes are unleashed together, its power is comparable to a lower-grade transcendent saint artifact," the saint-level sword spirit said. "A lower-grade transcendent saint artifact. Sword diagram." Xue Yishuan sucked in a cold breath. One had to know that the Misty Heaven sect's most precious treasure was only a supreme grade true spirit saint artifact. A lower-grade transcendent saint artifact was a legend to them. Xue Yishuan never dreamed that she would one day get a lower-grade transcendent saint artifact. "Qingfeng, thank you." Xue Yishuan looked at Yi Qinfeng gratefully. If it was not for his reminder, Xue Yishuan felt that she would not have been able to obtain the million sword diagram. "Senior Sister Xue, this is an opportunity that belongs to you. You don't have to thank me," Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. "Junior, drip your blood on this million sword diagram to recognize it as your master. Once it recognizes you as its master, I will help you refine it," the saint-level sword spirit said. "Yes." Xue Yishuan nodded. She bit her finger and pressed it on the million sword diagram to try to recognize it as its master. "All right, there is not much time left. I will send you off." While Xue Yishuan was dripping her blood on the million sword diagram, the saint-level sword spirit came to Yi Qinfeng and said, "Be careful. I believe that we will meet again one day. Misty Heaven sect, I will definitely come back." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said resolutely, "All right." The saint-level sword spirit nodded. Suddenly, it released a powerful sword intent and poured it into the sword wall. In the next moment, the sword wall that was dozens of feet high reflected an endless amount of sword light, illuminating the heaven and earth. It then transformed into tens of thousands of invincible sword light that floated in the air. Junior, we will meet again one day. After that, the saint-level sword spirit released a red light that wrapped around Yi Qinfeng. With tens of thousands of invincible sword light, it traveled thousands of miles through the secret territory and bombarded the entrance of the secret territory that was sealed by the Qing-Tian tribe. P.S. Yunlei has introduced the relationship between Tianyu and the Void God Realm in detail on her WeChat account. Those who want to know more can add her WeChat account, YLTY83. Chapter 1625. Boom! The Green Sky Clan's inhibition formations at the entrance of the secret realm were broken. Tens of thousands of invincible sword radiants flew out and attacked the Green Sky Clan's master. 8th High School? Literature Net? Greater than or equal to equals is not equal to. Less than or equal to 8, greater than or equal to 1, less than or equal to, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to C, less than or equal to, O, is not equal to M. Oh no. Tianji Dao, who had been waiting patiently for a year, suddenly opened his eyes and summoned the Green Sky Wheel, his lower-grade heaven-reaching saint weapon to defend himself. However, the power of the sword wall was too horrible. Tianji Dao deduced the way will to the extreme and controlled the Green Sky Wheel to defend himself for a few seconds. He couldn't hold on any longer and kept retreating. Green Sky Sword. At the critical moment, the old patriarch of the Green Sky Clan, Tianji, a 2-star divine realm cultivator, slashed down with the Green Sky Sword, the second lower-grade heaven-reaching saint weapon of the Green Sky Clan. The horrible sword radiance was like the Milky Way flowing backward, bombarding the tens of thousands of invincible sword radiance. It kept shattering the sword radiance and reducing the pressure on Tianji Dao. It's that boy. He's out. When Tianji and Tianji Dao were fighting against the sword wall, Yi Qinfeng was sent out of the ethereal secret realm by the red sword radiance. He appeared in the ethereal heaven sect, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Boy, give me back the white bell of the 9 Clearances Mountain. Tianqing Master roared and performed the 9 Clearances Tao Wheel, the first superpower of the 9 Clearances Mountain, to attack Yi Qinfeng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Tianqing Master attacked with all his strength, Tao wheels with Wei will appeared on his body. They were like 9 shining meteors, trying to block all of Yi Qinfeng's escape space and kill him. Godless Sword. Yi Qinfeng summoned the giant spiritual sword and merged the heaven-level sword soul into the giant spiritual sword. He stimulated the giant spiritual sword's most powerful attack and performed the most powerful move he had comprehended from the sword principle. As the sword slashed out, the world was pitch black. The horrible sword radiance cut through the sky and directly pierced through the Tao wheel of Tianqing Master, forcibly opening a passage. That sword. He really is related to that fiend god. When the god fiend Torch Dragon started a massacre with the giant spiritual sword, many people had witnessed it with their own eyes. Therefore, when everyone saw the giant spiritual sword appear in Yi Qinfeng's hand, they immediately confirmed that Yi Qinfeng and the god fiend Torch Dragon were in cahoots. Grand Mist Bloodline Ignition. Time increase. Yi Qinfeng summoned his sword wings and increased his speed to the limit. In a flash, he passed through the broken Dao wheel and escaped from the Misty Heaven sect at an extremely fast speed. Yuexian, activate your Misty Heaven sect protecting formation to the maximum. Don't let him escape. The Vast Expanse sect hadn't expected that Yi Qinfeng would still be able to kill his way out of the encirclement after guarding it for more than a year. Hence, he shouted at the sect master of the ethereal heavenly sect, Yu Xian. All right. Yu Xian agreed verbally, but he was deliberately stalling for time, creating time for Yi Qinfeng to escape. Heaven-grade sword soul, break for me. Seizing the opportunity when the Misty Heaven sect protecting formation wasn't strong enough, Yi Chunfeng controlled the heaven-grade sword soul to fly up and ruthlessly stabbed at the misty heaven sect protecting formation. The terrifying attack forcefully pierced through the sect protecting formation, causing numerous cracks to appear. In the next moment, 108 supreme-grade, true spirit saint swords flew out from his body. Under his control, they attacked the broken formation, creating a huge hole in the misty heaven sect's protective formation, and flew out. Where do you think you're going? The two-star Tao God Realm Heaven Fate roared and suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, he traversed tens of thousands of meters and chased after Yi Chunfeng with extreme speed. Want to kill me? Wait until your next life. Without waiting for Heaven Fate's attack, Yi Chunfeng crushed the transmission array disc given to him by the saint-grade sword soul and disappeared before Heaven Fate's azure sky sword could reach him. Brat, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Heaven Fate, who had missed his attack and created a crack in the sky, roared and immediately chased after Yi Chunfeng with the Azure Sky Clan's experts. Let's go after him too. Thinking of Yi Chunfeng's treasures, the vast expanse, esteemed Master Tianqing, and the others didn't stay for long. They all chased after Yi Chunfeng, wanting to get a share of the loot. Soon, the chaotic misty heaven sect gradually returned to peace. Because of Yi Chunfeng's departure, the major forces that wanted to seize the opportunity in the misty heaven sect all left, leaving only Yu Xian and the others who were secretly worried. Sect Master, do you think Xingfeng can escape from their pursuit? Xue Piaomiao asked anxiously through telepathy. Yu Xian took a deep breath and said, Don't worry. Xingfeng is not a short-lived person. I believe that one day he will reach the peak of the martial Tao and return to the misty heaven sect. After teleporting tens of thousands of miles away, Yi Chunfeng immediately took out the map of the void zone that he had obtained earlier. After identifying the direction, he flew toward the nearest wormhole at an extremely fast speed. If he wanted to escape from the pursuit of the Azure Sky Clan's Tao gods, he had to use the wormhole to travel through space. Nando City was a famous city in the void zone that belonged to the Eternal Heavenly Palace. One day, a figure appeared in Nando City at an extremely fast speed, alarming the cultivators in the city. Who is that? How dare he? Doesn't he know that flying is prohibited in Nando City? How dare he fly into Nando City? He's dead meat. Seeing Yi Chunfeng fly into Nando City at an extremely fast speed, the cultivators all revealed expressions of schadenfreude. They all headed into the city to watch the show. How dare you? Who are you? Why did you barge into Nando City? When Yi Chunfeng released his powerful soul power to search for the wormhole, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Several Nando City guards wearing golden armor and wielding saint weapons appeared on flying dragon horses, blocking Yi Chunfeng's path. Tell me where the wormhole is. With a thought, 108 supreme-grade, true spirit, holy swords flew out of Yi Chunfeng's body and shredded the holy weapons in the hands of the golden-armored guards. The swords hovered around their necks as he questioned them with murderous intent. The wormhole is in the north of the city. Feeling the terrifying aura of the supreme-grade, true spirit, holy swords, the golden-armored guards were frightened and obediently told him the location of the wormhole. Whoosh! Yi Chunfeng didn't waste any time. He flew to the north of the city at an extremely fast speed and arrived at the wormhole. As soon as Yi Chunfeng came out of the wormhole, a 2-star celestial master, Tianji, and a 1-star celestial master, Tianji Dao, arrived at Nando City. Feeling the two's invincible auras, the cultivators of Nando City paled in fright. Where is he? Wuji's deep eyes locked onto Yi Chunfeng, who was in the north of Nando City. He flew over with Tianji Dao at an extremely fast speed. If you don't want to die, open the wormhole for me. Yi Chunfeng didn't expect Tianji and Tianji Dao to arrive so quickly. This The old man in charge of the wormhole had already received a message from the vast expanse. He pretended to be terrified and tried to stall for time. Bam! Yi Qinfeng squeezed his right hand and directly crushed the old man's head, killing him. He then charged into the wormhole. Just as he was about to forcefully open the wormhole, Tianji flew over with a clear sky sword and slashed at the wormhole. He wanted to sever the wormhole and cut off Yi Qinfeng's path of retreat. At the critical moment, the God-fiend Torch Dragon appeared with the Chaos Divine Wood in his hand and ruthlessly lashed out at the clear sky sword, forcefully blocking Tianji's attack. God-fiend! How could such a terrifying God-fiend appear in the heaven domain? Tianji's face darkened as he watched the God-fiend Torch Dragon forcefully blocking his attack. He quickly deduced his Dao intent and continued to attack the God-fiend Torch Dragon. Tianji Dao also rushed over at this time and attacked the Torch Dragon with the clear sky wheel. Puff! Puff! Taking the attacks of the Heaven's Fate duo head-on with his heavily injured body, Zhulong's injuries continued to worsen. A large amount of blood sprayed out and dyed the ground red. Wormhole passed through. Taking advantage of the time when the God-fiend Torch Dragon was blocking, Yi Qinfeng successfully took control of the flywheel and sent the severely injured God-fiend Torch Dragon, who was almost powerless to resist, into the universe realm and began to travel through space. Destroy! As the flywheel passed through space, Tianji and Tianji Dao repeatedly unleashed their strongest attacks, destroying the wormhole and attacking the flywheel from afar. Although the flywheel passed through space at an extremely fast speed, it was still affected by the two's attacks and was severely damaged. The wormhole was also constantly collapsing, but under the flywheel's extreme speed, Tianji and Tianji Dao were gradually unable to catch up. In the end, they reluctantly watched the heavily damaged flywheel disappear before their eyes. Chapter 16, 26. Poof! A figure suddenly flew out of the spatial crack and crashed into a desolate and uninhabited spatial fragment. In the next moment, the bloodied man who had been torn apart by the spatial crack mysteriously disappeared. Junior, this is all I can help you with. Now that I'm severely injured, I have to enter a deep sleep. I can't do anything if you encounter any danger. Yi Qinfeng had encountered great danger when he was traveling through space. His severely damaged flywheel had been severely damaged during the process. At the critical moment, the divine demon Candle Dragon had burned his blood and qi to forcefully break through the spatial wall. He had brought Yi Qinfeng out of the unstable spatial wormhole and into this strange, starry sky. Thank you, Senior. I will find the medicine to heal your injuries as soon as possible. Yi Qinfeng said gratefully. If not for the divine demon Candle Dragon's help, he would not have been able to obtain so many opportunities and might have even lost his life. My injuries are too severe. I think only a half ancestor pill or a real ancestor pill can heal me. However, it will be difficult to find such a pill in the celestial domain. The divine demon Candle Dragon said weakly. Senior, just rest well and heal your injuries. Leave the rest to me. As long as there is such a pill in the celestial domain, I will definitely get it for you. Yi Qinfeng promised. All right. With that, the heavily injured divine demon Candle Dragon fell into a deep sleep. Handan, Dragon Bloodlion, Space Swallower, you've all swallowed the ancestor beast's demonic pill. How long will it take for you to break through to the celestial domain? Yi Qinfeng asked the 3 celestial domain beasts after he had recovered from his injuries. Yes, even in this space where the flow of time is 10 times faster, we will still need 10 years. The divine beast of chaos said, What if I give you these demonic pills? Yi Qinfeng took out more than 10 demonic pills that the divine demon Candle Dragon had obtained from killing the enemies and gave them to the 3 celestial domain beasts. Boss, I love you to death. We will break through as soon as possible. The divine beast of chaos said with glowing eyes. With these demonic pills, they would save a lot of time to break through to the celestial domain beasts. After giving away a large amount of Yao cores, Yi Qinfeng came to the side of the Black Rock Emperor, who was trying his best to break through to the Devil Master realm, and woke him up from his cultivation. When the Black Rock Emperor sensed that Yi Qinfeng had broken through again and reached the level 6 Tao Emperor realm, he was greatly affected. The Black Rock Emperor thought that he was extremely talented, and there were very few people that could catch his eye. However, after seeing Yi Qinfeng's freakish cultivation speed, his pride was completely crushed by Yi Qinfeng. Black Rock Emperor, this is for you. If you can't break through in a year, then you don't deserve to follow me. Yi Qinfeng gave a precious Tao core to the Black Rock Emperor. Tao core! The Black Rock Emperor's eyes lit up when he saw the Tao core that Yi Qinfeng handed over. The Tao core was the source of power for a Tao Lord expert, and it contained the Tao Lord's comprehension of the Tao. It was something that Emperor Realm experts dreamed of. If they could refine the Tao core, they could easily break through to the Tao Lord Realm. Don't worry, young Master Yi. With this Tao core, I'm confident that I can break through to the Tao Lord Realm within 3 years. The Black Rock Emperor patted his chest and guaranteed. Yi Qinfeng nodded and left the Black Rock Emperor's cultivation ground. He found Xia Wendy, who was refining a 2-star true spirit pill and trying her best to break through to the level 3 Tao Emperor realm. Come, Matzi, let's split the loot. Yi Qinfeng smiled and called Xia Wendy over. Matzi, these true spirit holy pills, supreme grade true spirit holy saber fengwu, and white bell are for you. Qingfeng, what opportunity did you get this time? Xia Wendy's heart shook when she sensed the power that Baizhong was emitting. I took this Baizhong from esteemed Tianqing, and these true spirit pills and fengwu were obtained from the remains of the Azure Sky race's almighty expert that Senior Torch Dragon killed. With these true spirit pills, it'll be enough for you to cultivate to the limit of the 6-star Tao Emperor realm. At that time, I'll help you break through to the Tao Lord realm. Yi Qinfeng looked at Xia Wendy's excited expression and said softly, Qingfeng, you've done me too much. I don't know how to repay you. Xia Wendy knew the value of the treasures that Yi Qinfeng had given her. She was grateful, and at the same time she was deeply moved. You can't be thinking of using your body to repay me, right? Yi Qinfeng looked at Xia Wendy's exquisite face and joked. If I say yes, will you accept? Xia Wendy looked at Yi Qinfeng affectionately and said softly, We'll talk about it after you break through to the Tao Lord Realm. Yi Qinfeng intimately scratched Xia Wendy's little nose and said softly, All right, that's what you said. Xia Wendy's eyes lit up. Wait until I break through to the Tao Lord Realm. I'll definitely push you down. All right, cultivate well. I'll wait for that day. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. He didn't disturb Xia Wendy's cultivation anymore. He went to the heaven rank origin Tao steel and sat down cross-legged. After regulating his breathing for a while, Yi Qinfeng took out a Tao core. He directly cut open the flesh on his chest and pressed the Tao core into his chest. As he circulated the soul-devouring art to refine this 1-star Tao core, he controlled the God-devouring brain to comprehend the heaven-rank origin Tao steel and deepen his comprehension of the Tao. Time flew by in the tenfold flow of time. In next to no time, 5 years had passed within the world mirror. During these 5 years, Yi Qinfeng had completely refined and absorbed the Tao core, and he relied on the energy of the Tao core to slowly fuse with his own Tao core in his heart and charge into the Tao Lord Realm. When Yi Qinfeng charged into the Tao Lord Realm with all his strength, the Black Rock Emperor who'd refined and absorbed the Tao core that Yi Qinfeng had given him had smoothly taken that difficult step and condensed an extremely powerful Tao core to break through to the Devil Lord Realm. Breaking through to the Devil Lord Realm so quickly was something that the Black Rock Emperor had never imagined. At this moment, He even felt a trace of happiness in his heart. He was happy that he'd submitted to Yi Qinfeng. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take for him to overcome this difficult step. Not long after the Black Rock Emperor broke through to the Devil Lord realm, Xia Wendy, who'd been ceaselessly consuming pills, had broken through to the third star Tao Emperor realm. The Chaos Divine Beast, Jin Qing Dragon Blood Lion, and the Space Devourer had broken through to the rank of Saint Beasts. On the other hand, the Space Devourer worms that had transformed into rank of Saint Beasts basically possessed the ability to devour spatial wormholes. Not long after, the Black Rock Emperor suddenly felt a terrifying wave of Tao intent surge out from within the world mirror. In the next moment, the heavenly Tao diagrams of life and death and heavenly Tao diagrams of heaven and earth appeared above Yi Qinfeng's head. Coupled with the heavenly Tao diagrams of 5 elements that Yi Qinfeng had comprehended earlier, Yi Qinfeng had already cultivated 3 heavenly Tao diagrams, which had greatly increased his strength. After comprehending the 3 heavenly Tao diagrams, Yi Qinfeng had condensed the embryonic form of a Tao core in his heart. However, Yi Qinfeng knew that the deeper one's comprehension of Tao intent was, the stronger the Tao core would be. He wasn't in a hurry to break through to the Tao Lord realm. Instead, he focused on comprehending the origin Tao steel and increasing his comprehension of Tao intent. Another 5 years passed within the world mirror. The most profound heavenly Tao diagram appeared above Yi Qinfeng's head, and his illusion Tao intent had also reached the heavenly Tao diagram realm. After more than 10 years of cultivation, Yi Qinfeng had finally cultivated his Tao intent to the heavenly Tao diagram realm, and his grasp of Tao intent was even deeper than ordinary Tao lords. It's time to break through to the Tao Lord realm. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath, took out a top-grade true spirit saint pill, and swallowed it. He borrowed the powerful medicinal energy of this top-grade true spirit saint pill to condense his powerful Tao core. Finally, Yi Qinfeng merged all the Tao intent he had cultivated into his Tao core. He broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation in one fell swoop and stepped into the realm that many heaven domain almighties couldn't reach in their lifetime. The 1-star Tao Lord realm. Chapter 16:27. Young Master Yi, you've broken through to the 1-star Tao Lord realm. The Black Rock Emperor was jolted awake by Yi Qinfeng's breakthrough, and he suffered another blow to his heart when he sensed that Yi Qinfeng's aura was even stronger than his own. Eitai, Wenwang, is almost equal to, less than or equal to. Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded and revealed a faint smile. Black Rock, receive a punch of mine with your full strength. I want to see how much my combat strength has improved. All right. The Black Rock Emperor wanted to witness Yi Qinfeng's strength after breaking through to the 1-star Tao Lord realm as well, and he nodded. Huh. Yi Qinfeng roared explosively while over 1.5 billion kilograms of strength instantly erupted. It was like numerous heaven rank Tao diagrams had merged together, and it transformed into a fist that was like a shooting star. It carried an unparalleled aura of pressure as it smashed down towards the Black Rock Emperor, who defended himself with all his might. Bang! Yi Qinfeng's fist collided with the numerous layers of defenses that the Black Rock Emperor had instantly condensed, and a terrifying force of impact instantly erupted from it. It easily shattered the defenses that the Black Rock Emperor had condensed, and it terrified him to the point of continuing to condense more defenses to deal with the might of this punch. The Black Rock Emperor took over 10 steps back and condensed over 30 layers of defenses before he was finally able to deal with Yi Qinfeng's punch with great difficulty. Young Master Yi, why is your strength so much stronger than mine after breaking through to the 1-star Tao Lord realm? The Black Rock Emperor, who'd suffered a heavy blow from the severe numbness in his arms, spoke. Because I've cultivated all the Tao insights I've comprehended to the heaven rank Tao diagram realm. Yi Qinfeng spoke slowly. All right, Black Rock. Now that you've broken through to the one-star Devil Lord realm, you're qualified to comprehend this heaven rank quintessence Tao steel. A heaven rank quintessence Tao steel. The Black Rock Emperor's eyes instantly lit up. Even the Black Devil race didn't possess such a treasure. So, even if Yi Qinfeng drove him away now, he would still do everything he could to stay by Yi Qinfeng's side. Cultivate well. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng left the world with a command in his heart, and he arrived outside to investigate this strange, starry sky world. What is this place? Yi Qinfeng looked around at the space world in front of him. He noticed that there were pieces of incomplete world fragments floating in space. These world fragments were of different sizes, but the biggest one was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. However, the world fragments floating around Yi Qinfeng had one thing in common. They were all lifeless. Hey, let's see if we can meet anyone. Yi Qinfeng sighed lightly as he concealed his strength and summoned the sword wings to fly in this strange starry sky world, searching for signs of life. Yi Qinfeng flew for a few hours, flying across a large number of broken world fragments. Suddenly, he sensed the limit of his life force in a mountain range in front of him. He was overjoyed. He quickly flapped his sword wings and flew over with a large number of sword shadows. And what kind of demonic beast is that? Flying above the mountain range, Yi Qinfeng found a few demonic beasts in this desolate mountain range. However, these demonic beasts were different from the demonic beasts of the heavenly domain. These demonic beasts had coarse skin and thick flesh, and their forms were rather strange. They were somewhat similar to the legendary beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Ferocious roars rang out one after another as the demonic beasts saw Yi Qinfeng flying in the air. They suddenly opened their bloody mouths and stepped on the space, wanting to rush over and tear apart the enemy that had trespassed into their territory. As the demonic beasts approached, Yi Qinfeng immediately burst out with 3 billion jin of strength to meet them head-on. Although Yi Qinfeng was like an ant in the eyes of these demonic beasts, Yi Qinfeng's explosive attack was far stronger than them. Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's fists, which contained 3 billion jin of strength, the ferocious demonic beasts were smashed into the mountain range one after another, smashing through the ancient trees and creating large holes in the ground. Soul Search. Yi Qinfeng's body flashed and appeared on top of a demonic beast's head. He borrowed the power of the God-Eater brain to search its soul. They have not gained intelligence. They are really demonic beasts. During the soul search, Yi Qinfeng realized that these demonic beasts had not gained intelligence. He was basically sure that they were the demonic beasts that had almost disappeared from the heaven region. Since he was unable to obtain any valuable information from these demonic beast soul, Yi Qinfeng did not start a massacre. He let these demonic beasts go and continued to fly in the starry sky, searching for signs of life. After roughly 3 days, Yi Qinfeng, who was constantly searching, once again sensed the aura of life. He flashed and flew over at an extremely fast speed. On a slowly drifting giant meteorite, there was a one-star Dao, large, burly man who was covered in blood and severely injured. He was trying his best to recuperate. When he sensed Yi Qinfeng's aura, this burly man who was recuperating suddenly opened his eyes. He wielded a low-grade, true spirit artifact, the Wolf Fang Heavy Club, and suddenly attacked Yi Qinfeng. "Sir, please don't misunderstand. I am just passing by and have no ill intentions." Yi Qinfeng's body flashed and dodged the burly man's Wolf Fang Heavy Club as he explained. "You are not from the true demon tribe." Looking at Yi Qinfeng's handsome face, the burly man did not sense any killing intent from him. He asked in a low voice, "Do you see the aura of the demonic tribe on me?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and asked, "I just came here by chance. I want to know where this place is." "This is the alien battlefield. It is the space outside the heaven region that connects the heaven region to the void God world. The burly man secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This is the alien battlefield. Thinking that the Lord of the North Sea had sent the spiritual fish here, Yi Qinfeng became very interested in the alien battlefield. He wanted to find the spiritual fish. Thank you for telling me. I will give you this elixir to heal your injuries. Yi Qinfeng took out a supreme grade divine elixir and gave it to the burly man. Supreme grade divine elixir. The burly man was someone who knew what was good for him. Looking at the elixir that Yi Qinfeng gave him, his eyes lit up and he swallowed it without hesitation to heal his injuries. By the way, sir, may I know where the nearest human gathering place is? Yi Qinfeng continued asking. The burly man pondered for a moment before saying, the overall strength of the human race in the outworld battlefield isn't very strong. We only have 3 colonies, and the one closest to here is called the Human Tao Alliance. I am from the Human Tao Alliance. I wonder if Sir can bring me to the Human Tao Alliance. I want to go there and ask about someone. Yi Qinfeng asked. I can, but the Human Tao Alliance is currently being attacked by the True Demon Tribe and the Ghost Tribe. We are in a dangerous situation. If you go to the Human Tao Alliance now, you'll be dragged into our war, the burly man said. As a human, I naturally have to do my part for the human race. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said fearlessly, let's go to the Human Tao Alliance. Thank you. Although the burly man couldn't sense Yi Qinfeng's true strength, Yi Qinfeng was willing to help the Human Tao Alliance when they were in trouble. The burly man had a good impression of him. I, Suda, will consider you a friend. He used the supreme grade divine elixir to heal his injuries quickly and rushed to the Human Tao Alliance with Yi Qinfeng. But before long, a strange black flywheel appeared in the starry sky of the alien battlefield. Seeing the flywheel in the distance, the burly man's expression changed drastically. Oh no, it's the ghost ship of the Ghost Tribe. Let's find a place to hide. We can't let the Ghost Tribe discover us. Otherwise, we will both die.